Hello, everyone. Sorry, one of these days I'll start on time, but um, I guess it's the fastest I've ever got online. Normally, I think last time it took me 15 minutes. Before that, it took me 20, and today it only took me 8. Had to update my recording software, so hope you're all doing well. If you have anything to say, I got my chat box open over here on my left side. Um, I kind of want to start off by asking you what you want to start with. I got a lot on the docket. I have two deck techs. I have Ulamog the Defiler, and I have six. And then gameplay for those two decks. I also have gameplay from some of my subscribers on their requests. I had a lot of people ask me to play an upgraded version of Azlask, so I built a $300 version of that deck, and then I'm playing one of my buddies' $1 decks. $1 online, by the way. It's like 300, $400 to play in paper, but online I'm going to show you how far your dollar goes. And I'm excited to share and show what his decks can do and show you why Moto is as awesome as it is. So, um, I'll let you see what's going on over here. Got nothing so far. So, I will just get started with the text then. Oh, I also wanted to talk about the spoilers that are coming up here. Bloomborough in particular, which comes out the second. Everything's fully spoiled as of tonight. Um, there are, or I guess everything's spoiled as of right now. I took a pre-look at everything. Usually this comes out the weekend before, so since there's no one here, I guess I'll get started talking about Bloomborough spoilers since if you guys don't mind. Let's see. Oh yeah, let's do Control Alt F9. If you don't mind, try typing something. I guess I could test, see if it works. Oh, hey little brother, how you doing? Thanks for watching. Um, Tell me, do you want to see me play the game? Do you want me to show you a tech, or do you want me to talk about spoilers as they come out next? Well, I guess it's 2 weeks from now. You're not really testing anything. It's I'll let you determine what you want me to talk about. I could either play games to start with, or I could talk about a couple of decks I built and then play those decks, or I talk about the new set that's coming out on August 2nd. Sure. Mom wants spoilers, huh? I love it. Well, this isn't. There we go. We'll do that then. I wonder why. Maybe I have to reconnect my chat software. I think that's what it is. Copy this. Sorry. Let me fix that. That way I don't have to switch back and forth all the time. Should be populating over here. Don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. I got this working last time. There we go. Sorry. Okay. Thanks for being patient with me, little brother. Now I could move this over here. Hide that. Hide that. Alright, so I did pre-look at all these, and there are things that I would recommend anybody to buy. This would be one of them. Garuk Curse Huntsman. This is a reprint. It came out a long time ago, back in Throne of Eldraine, but this is the first time we're getting a full art treatment. It looks pretty dope. It's a little honey badger with horns. He's a very angry guy, if you couldn't tell. The reason why he's significant is he dumps tokens into play, and he protects himself. Planeswalkers that specifically do that are really powerful. It has some flexibility that you can destroy something and influence the board, and it lets you draw a card. It literally does everything you want it to be doing on a Planeswalker. Not all Planeswalkers do this. Very few of them do. And its -6 is an ability that is static. It lasts forever. And it lets you win the game because it gives your stuff +3/+3 and trample. And if you don't know what trample is, it's when a creature blocks and you have more power than toughness, you deal the damage and difference to the player. So, with the stat increase, trample plus that is quite nice. Gormon's talent. Surprisingly, all of the classes from the set are really nice. I was genuinely surprised by all of these, and I kind of wish they, or hope in the near future, they come out with a legendary creature that cares about classes, because I feel like there's enough in the format now where you could support it. The only thing that's kind of strange about them is they fit typically very niche kind of decks, so if anything is holding that back from occurring, it's that factor. It's that there's not enough classes in a particular archetype that you want to be playing and building around for maybe to warrant a legendary creature that cares about classes. But I had an idea about him, and that's, yeah, sure. That's true. If you can figure out League, you can definitely figure out Magic. These classes, um, I hope they come out with a legendary creature that cares about advancing levels or accomplishing all the way to the end a class. Because obviously you have level 2, level 3. Yeah, it is very confusing for the first time. When I was playing, first started playing Magic, I was just getting beat up on by my best friends. And that's usually the experience that everyone has when they first start out. But I build decks on a budget for folks like you to enjoy and have a leg up on other folks that are also starting. I literally tell you what cards to play and buy, and they're at a reasonable price. If anything, I when I build decks on a budget, I specifically only invest in things that uh, particularly are powerful in the type of deck that you're playing. I'm not gonna just buy and spend money on a ramp spell because that's universal for everything. I mean that's great long term, but you're playing a deck to like, I guess, feel it out and uh, enjoy its strengths rather than its weaknesses. You want it to do the thing that you set out to do, and that's where I invest most of the money when I build my decks. But I got sidetracked. Gormon's talent in particular. This set, is, since you don't know, it's very uh, The Secret of Nim. You probably don't know that cartoon. It came out in 1984. It was even before my time, but I watched it when I was a kid all the time. It's about anthropomorphic animals that are living out in nature, and there's this magical element, and they're trying to prevent the fields from being destroyed and being built up and urbanized. These animals that are living there. Um, and I don't want to spoil anything, but that's where a lot of this sets, like, I guess, inspiration comes from. As for where I first thought of, I didn't draw connections to that movie first. The latest thing I watched with anthropomorphic animals, actually, the first thing I thought of was South Park. As terrible as that is to admit, particularly episode, or sorry, it was season 10, episode 15. I think it could be flip flopped. Yeah, it is. I think that was it's season 15, episode 10, where they're trying to capture WikiLeaks, who is leaking people's secrets, and it's supposed to be like a joke about Snowden back in the day. That might be before your time too, but there's these anthropomorphic spirit animals that died inside of Mr. Slave's large intestine. Katato fish, the Prince Sparrow, and King Frog. Those are the first like things I thought of when I saw this set. If you're curious what this does, you invest 3 mana to advance to the second level, and the ability is static. And whenever you gain life, you get a 3/3 raccoon. And then when you advance to the next level, you gain all the previous effects plus the bottom one. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on everything. So because the middle and the bottom ability trigger and life gain, you can actually layer the triggers to happen one before the other. Obviously, you'll want to put it in the 3/3 raccoon first, and then drop the +1/+1 counter, and then you may have a 4/4 on your hands, and that's how you want to do it. But even putting in a 3/3 body is pretty darn good. In terms of making tokens, 3/3 bodies and bigger are kind of rare. Dami Raid, it's written in German, but I have a dedicated memory. It's a reprint. It's a first or second of its full art treatment. Gives creatures +1/+0, and then you can +1 to add a red and green to your mana pool to cast creatures, and then that creature can't be countered. Its -2 is sorry. You have 2 creatures fight each other. Let's see if I remember that correctly. Yeah, I did. So I have a pretty good memory. Yeah. Both the South Park and the Secret of Nim were very before your time. I don't know. South Park is on season 26. So you would have been in, around. I don't want to disclose your age for people to figure out, but um, you might have been old enough where mom would have been okay with you watching South Park. She was okay with letting me watch South Park and Family Guy and stuff when I was your age. So I don't think you were really into that stuff, though, or even now for that matter. I highly recommend you start watching it. You should text me and I'll give you my HBO Max account information so you watch South Park. This enchantment's really good. Thickest in the Thicket. On ETB, which means enters the battlefield, you get to put X +1/+1 counters on target creature where X is the creature's power. And then, beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with the greatest power tied for the greatest, you draw 2 cards. It's significant because it does something the turn you play it 2 times. You get the counters, and then hopefully you have the biggest thing in play post the trigger, and then you draw 2 cards on end step. Typically, these effects happen on upkeep, so you'll have to wait a full turn. This gives you value at the beginning and for the rest of the game if it sticks in play. Enchantments, artifacts, and creatures are permanent types. They stick in the battlefield. Hmm. That's true. The very first animations of South Park was little piece of paper torn up and slapped on the table. Mm, that's true. I don't know, just a day that you get sick and you're stuck at home, just slog it through the early stuff. But I mean, the early stuff's pretty funny too. It's not like it's not relevant even to like normally they make fun of current events, but like even if you aren't aware of current events, it's still really funny. Just know that all the jokes are making fun of something, especially celebrities. If you don't know a particular celebrity and why they're on the show, you might have to Google that. That rare kind of sucked. Most of these are in German. This one's kind of cool. The rolling hamsphere. It's literally hamsters in a ball. There was a card that's like this. It's called Mer Battlesphere. So it's like taking, it's harkening back to the old stuff and making it into something new. Uh, these symbols here, there are like three subsets per set. So like Bloombarrow has a commander set, it has a regular set, and then it has a special guest set. And this is the commander set. These only come in the commander decks, but they also come in the collector boxes. They spell special boxes with special arts on them, and you'll get a stretch version of this. Is Magic a German game? No, it's not actually. It's actually the company's based here in Washington State, and um, they were responsible for a lot of early TCGs. They also created Pokemon before they sold the rights back to Nintendo slash Game Freak entities. But um, it's an American game. It started in 1993. It's literally over 30 years old, and it's in German because the game is so popular and big that they print the cards in multiple languages and sell products overseas. The reason why it's like that is because Magic was the first. Every card game that happened took something from Magic the Gathering. It's in German because I imagine these were spoiled by some kind of German content creator, and they got it. They got their cards written in German, and it's also a little bit European with the style of the set. A lot of like Brothers Grimm stories involve anthropomorphic animals, so I'm not surprised that a lot of it's in German. But there's English translation, so I could figure it out. In terms of what it does, it gets +1/+1 for each hamster you control. When it attacks, you create 3 red hamsters, and it deals X damage to any target, where X is the number of hamsters you control. It's a bit better than Mer Battlesphere because Battlesphere required you to tap the creatures in order to get the damage effect, and that left you vulnerable to attackers. This doesn't make you do that. However, it has crew 3, meaning you have to tap creatures with a total power of 3 in order to animate this from an artifact into a creature. So it has plus sides and downsides, but this scales a lot better than Mer Battlesphere because you make 3 per attack versus Battlesphere. It's a one-off effect. It's an ETB trigger that puts in a bunch of 1/1s. I like it more for the scaling. Better for late game than Mer Battlefield for sure. Alchemist Talent. On the first level, you create 2 treasures. On the second level, you pay 1 red and colorless. Treasure control have the sack ability to make 2 mana instead of 1. That's a significant trigger. it pays itself within 2 treasures. So like you pay 2 to level it up, and then after 2 treasures, you've made your mana investment back in a weird way. And then on its third level, whenever you cast a spell, if mana from a treasure was spent to cast it, it deals damage equal to the current mana cost to each opponent. That's significant. So, because I was telling you that you're getting your investment back, this is the only class that will really hard accelerate yourself to that final level. Most people don't like level up abilities, but enchantments are pretty safe because it's a difficult to remove permanent type. Um, and the fact that it makes your treasures tap for double, you'll get to this final ability really fast, much faster than you would for most uh, classes that are out there in the game of Magic. Really good. I imagine this will be worth something upon release and even for time to come. This is kind of unique. Power Swipe Hawk. For 5 mana, you get a flyer with haste whenever it attacks, gets plus X plus O, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. Now, the cool part about this is the expend 6. As long as you control this Phoenix, you get to gain control of an artifact if you spend 6 mana that turn. I guess it's whenever you spend 6. So I kind of want to double check that because if you could spend 6 mana in other people's turns, which is incredibly hard, you might be able to steal an artifact from people every turn, at least once a turn. Kind of want to look up that keyword ability. Just to be sure, I don't want to tell people the wrong thing. This is called Pyre Swipe Hawk. It's so new that it doesn't have any references. Well, you could look it up on Google that way. It says during a turn, which means whenever you spend 6 mana on your turn or anybody else's turn. So it is possible for you to get expend 6 on other people's turns. You definitely need a Seedborn Muse probably to get that job done, but it is possible. Yeah, no problem. Have a good night, brother. Very cool hawk. Um, could see some play. I like that you steal people's artifacts. Ooh, Wildseer Scoring Maw. It's a legendary creature, and enchantment spells from your hand have Cascade. If you ever wanted to build an Enchantress Gruul deck, which would be the first, now you get to cascade those spells. Very cool and unique. Kind of breaking the color pie and pairings a lot. I'm very, very interested to see if someone builds this deck. Or maybe I'll do it for the channel. I think it's very unique for me to play for sure. Cascade's a very powerful effect. Casting stuff for free from the top of your library is always good. Elspeth Sun's Champion's getting a reprint. The full art. I have the very fancy foil one from uh it was part of the War of the Spark block. It's very foily. Maybe not. I have the little chibi version. Hmm. I thought it was. I got a fancy foil version of it, but I could see myself going to this. I don't know. I prefer a little mouse, I guess, over a chibi person. Whatever looks cuter, I guess. It's hard to beat a mouse. Am I right? Fortune teller's talent. Um, it's very similar to Future Sight. For the same amount of investment, you get that effect. With the exception, it has a little bit of a clause. You have to cast a spell in order to start playing stuff off the top of your library. But once you hit level 3, which is a cheaper next level, you get to pay 2 less for your spells. So that's quite significant. After you cast 2 things, once you hit level 3, the level 3 pays for itself. So, like the red one, that's quite significant. And I kind of like where you get your money back for, in making the investment, which is how it should be, in my opinion, because I feel like a lot of classes kind of suck. And from what I could tell from Bloomburrow when I looked at the set earlier, a lot of the classes are really good. Polywog Prodigy, this is awesome. Evolve. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell with mana value less than his power, you draw a card. Now, he'll be extremely good in competitive CDH kind of stuff because everyone's playing really cheap stuff. It's just more efficient to do it that way. And evolving this up to like 3 power ain't that hard to do. And I imagine that's the magic number when you start drawing cards. I wouldn't even mind playing this in a casual format to see how it does. Whenever you evolve something, you just have to play a creature that has higher power or toughness. The toughness will be hard because it's 3, but since it already has 1 power, it should be relatively easy to accomplish. And this should draw you a ton of cards. I just like how cheap it is to cast. Calamity Cinders, this is a really good board wipe because it's one-sided. It has Convoke, and it does 6 damage to each untapped creature, so you pay its cost by tapping your own stuff down to dodge its own board wipe, and you deal 6 damage to everything else. Pretty darn cool. Murmuration's really strong. Birds you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, for each spell you cast this turn, you create a bird token named Stormcrow. That can be a lot. EDH is all about who can cast the most spells in a turn and who can see the most cards. And this just accelerates your game. You're making an exponential amount of 2/3s because the Murmuration is also an anthem effect for the birds it makes itself. Jacked Rabbit. Not that great, but it's fun. Um, Honestly, if I was to take advantage of this, I'd just cast it for 2 and then suit it up with auras or equipment to get its attack trigger. I wouldn't even bother with the Ravenous part. The Ravenous can be kind of detrimental because you want to sacrifice creatures. Oh no. Oh, it's just like Kicker instead. I was thinking of something else. So, if you invest extra mana, you put counters on itself, so you don't even need to depend on artifacts and equipment if it's mid to late game. Not a bad deal. I think Jack Rabbit's actually really strong. Like it a lot. I like its name. Very fitting. Agate Instigator. This is pretty good because it's basically impact tremors, but you can invest more mana to make copies of it. What's not to love about that? And it sees each other, so if you do the offspring thing, the agates will see each other and you'll do 2 damage just from casting this with its offspring edition. Mr. Foxglove. I feel like this is a reference to Fantastic Mr. Fox. Whenever he attacks, you draw cards equal to the number of cards in a defending player's hand minus the number of cards in your hand. So you want to be attacking the person with the most cards, and you have the fewest. If you didn't draw cards this way, you may put a creature card from your hand on the battlefield. So you want to be playing big dumb creatures in this deck. You want to be cheating stuff into play because you get to circumvent costs. What I love about this thing is in the event that you don't have cards in hand, you draw instead. So it's a win-win regardless of what you do, and you don't have to connect. You just have to attack a particular person. So you can't even manipulate this. So like you could purposely attack the opponent that has fewer cards than you, so you could dump a creature into play. I love the design on this card a lot. Really cool card. Communal Brewing. Normally, I don't like cards that help your opponents, but this one's okay because it helps them in a very minute kind of way. You can allow any number of opponents to draw a card to put ingredient counters on this. So if you in Commander, there's typically 3 opponents. You put a counter on it just by ETB, and then based on the number of opponents you allow to draw a card, you put an additional one. So max of 4, and whenever you cast a creature spell, it enters with an additional X +1/+1 counters or X the number of communal counters on this. It's like a communal kitchen if you ever lived in group living situations. I love the design. I love the thought behind this card, and it's super powerful for 3 mana. Um, I could safely say that like there's nothing in terms of rate that even compares. Letting people draw 1 card each so you could let your stuff come in with 4 extra power is extremely significant. I'd say the benefits way outweigh the drawback. Bloodroot Apothecary is kind of unique. You want to be playing this in very specific kind of decks. If you like to make people sacrifice things, or you have a, I guess, meta in your play group where you know someone likes to play stuff where they sack non-creature stuff, Bloodroot kind of wrecks people. But other than that, I wouldn't play this unless you know your meta very well. 20 toed toad. I love it. Your max hand size is 20. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, you get to put a counter on it and draw a card. And whenever it attacks, you win the game if there are 20 more counters on it, if you have 20 more cards in hand. Interesting. So you win if you have 20 more cards in hand, or you win if you have 20 more counters on this. The counters is really abusable, so is the card or the hand size. Um, I think this will fit in multiple decks, the farm decks or the +1/+1 counter theme decks. It just depends on what is easier, because it really only fits in when you're trying to do one or the other. If you're trying to do both, you will accomplish neither, if that makes sense. Uh, it requires a significant like build around, and this is like something you shoehorn into the deck. But it's a win condition, and it triggers on attack, so it doesn't have to deal damage, which is quite significant. This is Chandler. This guy's really cool. It's basically a Johnny Primate, but it's a bat. When you gain life, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on it, and then if you lost life this turn, it gains flying and vigilance. Vigilance is really nice aggro keyword ability, because it means it will be up for blocking for the other 3 turns, and it will deter people from, going for chip damage on you. And when it dies, you get to move its counters to something else, so you literally lose no investment, and there's no downside to this card. Pretty awesome. Probably the best of Johnny Primate we've ever gotten. Azure Beastbinder is really great. Can't be blocked by creature's power 2 or greater. When it attacks, up to 1 artifact creature or planeswalker creature loses all abilities and becomes a 2/2 creature till your next turn. At least it combos well with its unblockable ability. So you turned something. I think the greatest slap in the face is turning people's planeswalkers into a creature, because then they can never uptick their planeswalker. They can never use its abilities, and you could get in for free with this rat. It's pretty darn good for 2 mana. I don't like Scrap Shooter, but there is a significance to gift a card in that mechanic, or gift in general, the gift mechanic. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast a spell. Because there's 3 opponents typically in EDH, you can promise a gift to any opponent. It doesn't have to be a specific person. So I could destroy an artifact or enchantment that someone else controls and let the weakest player draw a card in this scenario. That's the significance of gifting cards. Would I play this? Probably not, but I'm pretty sure there are some gift cards out there that I'll end up seeing and liking. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have seen at least one that I enjoyed. Caretaker sounds nice. Whenever a token enters, you draw a card. It only happens once a turn, so it's kind of like that artifact that taps itself. Leveling up only costs 1. You get to create a token copy of something, so it combos into itself at the first level. And then on its final ability, creature tokens get +2/+2. Not bad. I mostly like the draw trigger the most about this enchantment. Pretty dope. Oh, Eluge the Shoreless Sea. This is a little bit of a disappointing creature in my book. It looks cool. I just wish it did a little bit more. It's a little bit of a non-bow because if you were to play this as your commander, you're already in blue and you're already playing a lot of islands. And its bottom paragraph cares about how many flood counters are on your own lands. And if your lands are already islands, there is literally no benefit to putting flood counters on them already. Other than you get to reduce the cost of your instant sorceries. I guess they had to make this card a little bit non-bowy because it could also reduce the cost of pips, which is extremely rare in this kind of like archetype of reducing sorceries and instants. Maybe they did it on purpose for that reason because it's literally the first. But it also has the bottleneck of it. You get to put flood counters on ETB and attacks. There are plenty of other stuff out there in blue that puts flood counters on your stuff, but not very many. So you can't really take a whole lot of advantage of it. I don't know. It's like a love-hate relationship with me. I love how it looks. I pseudo like what it does and its uniqueness, but I hate the non-bowiness parts of it. It doesn't feel good. I think this card will be a fairly cheap mythic. I wouldn't pay more than $10 for this thing personally. You can only play a mono blue decks, so like in terms of demand, there's a lot of mono blue commanders out there that are just strictly better. Yeah. Yeah. That would be kind of surprising. I Sure, for him that wants to play 40 counter spells, yeah, it would be pretty good. Welcome, Neo. But you do agree, it just feels weird that you're putting flood counters on your islands and they're already tapping for blue. That's the only thing that I feel like it's weird. It's it's hard to overlook that, but I understand the value in being able to circumvent blue pips because it's the first of its kind. So there has to be some kind of drawback or annoyance with it. Now, honestly, if this bottom ability cared about flood counters on your opponent's lands and it made it so they only could tap for blue, this would be the most broken thing that existed in Magic, I think. Yeah, you're right. It's a unique way to make it feel fair. I will say that. I'll give him credit for it. Toski's getting a full art treatment. That's pretty dope. Probably one of the most popular green cards, or most played green cards in Magic, getting a full art treatment. It's never been done before. Uh, was he missing his hand in the original art? I never noticed that. He's got little hook arms for a hand. Yeah, there is. There's not a lot. There's an artifact that puts flood counters on things every upkeep. And then there is an enchantment from Shadowmoor that puts on a single flood counter. But off the top of my head, that is it. Yeah, Quicksilver Fountain, thank you. Yeah, so he wasn't missing his hand in the original art. Kind of want to confirm now. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to talk about spoilers. No, he does have a claw for a hand. Look at that. I never noticed that. That's so cool. Now I want to read up the lore and why he's missing a hand. I mean, little critters miss limbs all the time, but this is like Kaldheim where he's first introduced. So like, it's a plane of fighting. Yeah, pigeons and like little critters missing toes or limbs happen all the time. If you ever go to like any public place where there's a lot of pigeons, I guarantee you there's some one of them's missing a foot. Sylvan Tutor's gonna reprint. Now this is reprinted in the Lord of the Rings like holiday gift set where they did like the old school rotoscope art. I like this more because it has a lot more color. It looks cooler. That's me personally, though. Do you guys like this more than the other one, or do you need to see the other one from the past? I think it's Sylvan Tutor. That's the one from Lord of the Rings. Got too close to coma. That's why he lost his hand. Is that really why Toski lost his hand? You like the one from Lord of the Rings more? Yeah, sure. That's fair. I prefer the cheapest one on Moto for sure. I used to have the original. Um, this one, when I owned the original one, it had a tear next to where it said sorcery. And I was playing the shit out of that because you couldn't tell in a sleeve. But at the time when none of these existed, it was like a $300 card from Portal. And when they reprinted it, I was like, oh, well, I guess I got to get rid of my damaged Sylvan. I might actually still have my damaged Sylvan because I can't find anybody who wants to buy it off me. Personally, I like this art a lot more. Yeah. So the Toski was a joke. That's fair. I wouldn't doubt that he lost his. I wouldn't doubt that he lost his hand. Kindred Charge. This is a reprint too. Looks a lot better. You choose a creature type, and then for each creature of the chosen type, you create a token of it. It's usually used as like a haymaker kind of thing in token decks. It does suck. I don't know how else I could fix that, but I know what we're talking about a little bit. If that helps. Sure. Relentless Rats. They are doing this treatment for this and Rat Colony. I thought this is super weird. I want to say it's like artificial inflation of the packs because now people are going to be wanting to get 30, 40 copies of this, and it's going to be much easier to pick these up than like the Secret Lair ones. And that's going to drive the price of these packs up, I feel like. Would you guys agree? I'll wait for you guys to answer that question before I move on. Maybe that delay is longer than I expected. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I think these are going to drastically influence the price of packs. I hope they say the same, but I feel like people are going to be cracking packs for these. I mean, the rate is much higher than what you could get the full arts and the Secret Lair ones, that's for sure. And they look cool. This is probably the dopest full art relentless rat treatment we saw. Same with the rat colonies. Then again, rat colony hasn't gotten a full art treatment yet. Ledger Shredder, full art treatment, first of its kind, looks pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of Owl from Winnie the Pooh, teaching everybody in its little tree of school tree. That's the rat colony version. Like Relentless Rats, you could have any number of copies of them. It's kind of strange that Wizards decided to do this. The design of Rat Colony, they're like, let's take Relentless Rats and let's make a strictly better version. Because, like, who would rather play something for 3 mana over 2 mana? Probably nobody. Um, sure, you get toughness and you have more survivability, but CMC just trumps everything. You want to play the cheapest thing possible if it's just as effective. Kills people just as fast. Uh, I think I have Retro Relentless Rats 2 and Rat Colonies right now. Sure. I can respect that, Rickman. I am the same way with Moto. I don't care how anything looks on Moto because it all looks like garbage, but in paper, yeah, I could see why you want to reject it. It's really obnoxious because people want 30 copies of this and it's incredibly hard to get. If anything deserves to be rejected, it's probably shit like this. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm still in agreement with you, Rickman, that uh, if they do the same thing, what's the point of how they look? Swords of Plowshares. There are a couple super arts of this out there. There's the black and gold one that you got from Secret Lair. Yeah, I know you do, Neo. I know you take pride in how your super arts on Moto look. uh, in terms of swords, there is one super art of swords that are extremely rare. It's like $90 that I don't have it. Um, it's like a top 3 kind of card. It's a store championship, or it's a championship kind of card. I have this version, and this is the super art that is extremely rare. It's like $90. Now, if you want to talk about Swords to Plowshares, I don't know if anything comes close. It's serialized, so that's probably why they're so expensive. Only 295 players out there can get a copy. I think it's the first time they ever done serialized uh, like gift promos. Although the championship promos were serialized without numbers actually printed on them. This is the first time they actually put it on the card. I like it a lot more than like the affordable versions of swords, that's for sure. In terms of like a little backstory about me, Reckman, that you probably don't know about me, is I was in the military, so I have a lot of like sentimental value to Swords to Plowshares. It tells a story about someone that has to move on with their lives, and every veteran that gets out has to deal with this kind of stuff. And it's a pretty big damn hurdle. Like it's been 5 years since I separated from the military, and I didn't quite fully get over it until fairly recently. Maybe like it took me like 2 years to like adjust to being a civilian again. It's not an easy thing to do. Oh, damn. Okay, so they're not as special. The serialized swords. Sucks that people are selling them for 90 bucks a pop if they were giving them out for free. Teferi the Time Traveler's getting a full art. That looks pretty dope. I don't think there's a super art of Teferi either. Can we not get the arena version? Maybe there isn't. No, that let's check in here. Yeah, that's the first full art we've gotten, so I'm interested. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It blows my mind how people could show up to work late all the time and still keep a job. I don't know how they could do it. Or just, yeah, lower standards. Yeah. I was in the Air Force. I was a medic. I don't know what you were in the Navy, but I know that we share similar jobs. Like everyone thinks that anyone that was in the Navy rides boats, and everyone that was in the Air Force thinks I flew planes. So I could empathize with you. We don't all drive boats and fly airplanes. We have regular ass jobs. Oh man. Yeah, I got lectured for showing up early to work. So now I show up on time. That's what I mean by lower standards in the civilian world. That's just ridiculous in my book. I would say this Kaikar art looks a lot better than its previous super art. The last super art we got was a portrait, and I hate portrait art so friggin' much. It's like the laziest artwork that they could have put on a card. Uh, this tells a story. It's out in the wilderness. There's some kind of range next to a mountain, and it likes to dance with fire spirits, which is the tokens it makes. It's pretty dope. Queen Itinerant Meddler. This is strictly a group hug card. I never personally played it as a commander. I've seen other people play it, but I'm not a big fan. Yeah, that's cool. So you were a munitions guy. I forget what that was called in the Air Force, but we had that too. We had Air Force guys that did munitions too. Yeah, this. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't even know they did a double feature of Kaikar. Yeah, I like that. I'm actually not entirely familiar with the Omen Path. Can you tell me what it's all about, Reckman? Ishai is pretty cool too. This is the first super art we're getting of this. I play this all the time. He's really strong. I usually partner with uh, originally it came with Rhea, where you preserve counters, kind of like the Ozolith. But lately I've been playing him with the other bird that gives it pseudo Ward 3, and that's been really fun. I call it my Air Force One Garfield budget deck because every card is under 20 bucks. Yeah. Special frames the whole, yeah. If you're going to be doing a borderless, use the whole thing. Oh, okay. That's what the Omen Path is. Just lets anybody that's not a planeswalker travel it. Like, I know Eldrazi had access to travel between planes beforehand, so I imagine they don't need the Omen Path to travel these areas either. That's kind of cool. That is a good explanation for how, non-Spark esque or powerful things manage to find itself on other planes. Get Rog Monster, that's pretty sick. I wonder if that's gotten a super art. Well, you could either get this cool looking version, or you could get this thing. uh, for $10, this is one of the best creatures in the game. It's also a CDH list because it combos with Dakmor Salvage. If you don't know how Dakmor Salvage works with Gig Monster, you go to cleanup phase when you have a full grip of cards. You ditch Dakmor Salvage, get Rock triggers, and the loop goes infinite until you want to stop. Then that's why it's a CDH list. But it looks a lot cooler. Actually made a D&D campaign around the Get Rog monster. People loved it. They had no idea that I had a lot of references to the Get Rog, but that was the big boss that they fought at the end, and they loved the whole story. Through every Imperial Tactician, I always associate this with stacks because you could untap permanents whenever something makes a connection with someone. So you want to usually combo this with like Winter Orb or Static Orb kind of stuff. Yeah, it does combo with Necroboom too, the Gerog monster. Um, but lately, in my last video where I was playing my... Actually, Rekman was in that game with me where we got completely wrecked by Derevi. It was not a stacks deck. It was actually it was a lands deck, and the goal of the deck was just to copy Field of the Dead as many times as they could, and it just wrecked us. So I guess he's in the right colors for lands too. And he pseudo does what you want to do in lands because you get a ton of mana. If you have enough creatures on board, it combos perfectly with Field of the Dead because you make tokens. The tokens connect with people with an extremely wide board. You untap all your mana, resync all your mana, or leave it up for interacting with your opponents on their turns. Derevi has a lot of applications, and the land strategy is so obnoxiously safe. And he himself is really safe because you circumvent tax by paying 4 mana. He's like one of the worst commanders to play against, and someone that should make you sweat a little bit. Damn. You are very up to date with lore than I am. I'll give you credit for that, Rickman. I could see that. You're literally robbing people's sparks, and then that power has to go somewhere. So, like, making pathways to other planes makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah. Baleful Strix full art. Oh my god, this thing looks awesome. I just love that its feathers are falling off and it's being replaced by sticks. It's spider webs. That's the scariest Baleful Strix I've ever seen. Yeah, I think this is the first full art we're getting of it. Baleful Strix is so goddamn annoying. For 2 mana investment, you replace itself, and then no one wants to attack into you because no one wants to trade down with this thing. And Queen's getting a full art treatment too. I think it's crazy that they're making the commander cards have full art cards. I haven't seen Ant Queen played in a long time, but it's still very powerful. A 2 mana sink to make a 1/1 body, it's rare. You don't see that on just anything. And you can take away games if you're built around mana sinks. Yeah, the blue-green one does have flash. It's the Frostfang. But it cares about how many snow permanents you have, which is slightly worse. The Marrow Gnar. All rats have fear. And if you don't know what this does, you could sack a rat to create X rat creature tokens for X number of rats you control. This is like the compounding interest of rats. He plays very similar to what's the red goblin? Krinko. Little worse because you have to go down to go up by sacking a rat, but you are given a evasion piece by giving all your rats fear. So I think the trade-off is still really good, and the 1 mana more is very negligible when compared to Krinko. You don't see these decks very much anymore. You still see a lot of Krinko though. Oh, they're not going to be in the precons. These are like the stuff that's being jammed into collector packs. Yeah. It does say Imagine Critters. Huh. Learning as we go. Well, folks, you can only get these in the collector boxes, unfortunately. I think it's a little weird that this rat has a rhinoceros horn as like a helmet. Not very tactically necessary, but it's there. No, apparently they're not. Unfortunately, I wish they were. Ink Eye's skin of full art too. Deals damage to a player. You get to steal someone's creature into play under your control. It has ninjutsu, so you could be kind of sneaky about it. The ninjutsu, if you don't know what it does, is you sink 5 as an alternative CMC to its 6 with a creature that's unblocked, and then you connect for 5 and you get its effect. Fecund Greenshell. This guy kind of reminds me of Nadu, where it wants you to be playing a bunch of creatures with different powers and toughnesses. So you get the Oracle or the Coiling Oracle effect, where you look at the top. If it's a land, you put into play. If it's not, it goes in your hand. Very strong, though. And then it scales up, becomes a 6/8 if you have 10 or more lands. There's a Beetle Helm? I have no idea. I might have to look that up. Beetle Helm. Yeah. In terms of ink eyes, I rarely see this from the command zone. It's normally in the 99. So that I've never had someone have to do a rule 0 with me about that. Yeah. I according to Neo, none of these Imagine Critters is written in the bottom left corner next to that serial number is not going to be in any of the precons. Narset Part of Veils. This guy's super good. It's great for the wheel combos because you wheel and no one draws cards while you do draw cards because of its static effect. Luminous Broodmoth. I like this version a lot more. The previous one was a Godzilla reference to Mothra. I just like the colors on this a lot more. Luminous Broodmoth. Could look at it for comparison. It's super strong in that when something without flying dies, comes back to battlefield with a flying counter on it. Good for aristocrat strategies. It's also nice because it doesn't exile itself should it die the second time. So you could eventually get that stuff back and do this loop again. What do you like more, Mothman from Godzilla or that Mothman? From a color perspective, I like this so much more. I feel like they did Karn dirty. Everyone got to be an animal, but Karn got to be turned into a tree. What is this? And this is the one that turns off artifacts. That's probably one of the better ones. Yeah, it doesn't have a full art treatment, and it makes me smile. It gives me a good laugh, and it looks as like cartoony as it looks. I still think it looks kind of cool. I don't know why Card got screwed and got turned into a tree though. That's hilarious. Wizards and Dirty. Birds of Paradise. This is the third super art treatment we've gotten of it. Now it's a canary with a staff in its leg. It kind of reminds me of the latest Hayao Miyazaki movie, the antagonist, or the antagonist like faction where canaries trying to eat people, and that's what this reminds me of. I don't know if y'all have seen the latest Miyazaki film, but it was pretty entertaining. I'm a fanboy of Elspeth too. The original Elspeth is just it's a house. Like in terms of both how she looks and how powerful she is, she's probably one of the all-time greatest planeswalkers in my book. Getting around 3/1/1 chump blockers is annoying as hell, and then there's a board wipe, and it doesn't blow up your tokens you make with her. And then she has an ultimate that scales up those tokens to be lethal attackers. What's not to love? Keenai Cure is pretty dope. It's a unique version of Scoot Swarm. You want to exile different card types to give him +4/+4 and trample. So if you pull it off, becomes a 7/7, and then you have like a Scoot Swarm activation on deck for whenever. I think this is going to be a house in 60 card formats, or the green decks for sure. I'd play this even in Commander. I think that's a really awesome ability, and I appreciate that it scales. And it has evasion once you get to that 4 types. It's a cool raccoon for sure. Coin Rebirth. Now, this is one of the gift cards I actually liked. You get to return two things, and one of the, if you do the gift, one of the copies is a 1/1 instead, but normally uh, you don't really care. You just want the ETB trigger or the activated ability or the death trigger, whatever it is. It's you're reanimating it for some other reason other than stat blocks, and it being a 1/1, you don't really care. The classes in the set are pretty good for the most part. Dowerport Mage, I like this guy a lot too. He has a 1/3 butt, so he stuffs a lot of aggro in the early game, and then he fits the farm decks quite nicely. um, Whenever one or more creatures you control leave the battlefield without drawing or without dying, you draw a card. It's good for the flicker or bounce decks. Kind of like I think most of the frogs have really sweet cantrip abilities attached to them. I think most of the frogs in general in this set are my favorite across the board. Like I feel like the rabbits, the rats, and salamanders are pretty forgettable. Even the raccoons are pretty forgettable. Even though I just talked about one, but like the frogs, I remember all of them because they're quite significant. Mind Whisker is kind of an interesting uncommon for 3 mana. You get the Surveil for 1, and then if you have Threshold, which is 7 more cards in your graveyard, creatures your opponents control get -1/-0. That's a nice static. Yeah, I'm using Magic Spoiler because it's just more up to date. I do know Mythic Spoiler. Um, it's been a while since I used them in particular. I like this because I can blow up the image and set it up as like a 1-on-1 kind of basis, and I can keep people's minds in one track. Versus like on Mythic Spoiler, everything is just piled into next to each other, and like I don't want people to be confused about what I'm talking about. That and Magic Spoiler just updates faster. Uh, they're usually pretty delayed on Mythic Spoiler by like a day or so. I guess they dodge reading things in German and dealing with that kind of stuff like I did earlier in the stream. Lunar Convocation is pretty dope. It has a Erebos activation at the bottom of the card. The only other card that has a 2 mana pay to life draw was the flip card. from long ago. I think it was Rivals. That one flipped into a land, and it had the ability to sack a creature to gain life equal to toughness. So this is the third iteration of that ability. And then it gets two additional abilities, where for your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent loses a life. For your end step, if you gained or lost, you make a bat. I feel like the middle ability extremely easy to do, because all you have to do is draw a card and activate this to get a 1/1 blocker. Um, and then in terms of like making people lose life, it's like, who cares? It's a drop in the bucket. It's mostly the middle and bottom ability I like a lot. Yeah, it's only your instant that you're making the bat. It's more so the draw ability that I like a lot about this, and then like getting, extra stuff on top of it. In terms of mana efficiency, the only other card that is like this is the enchantment from Ixalan, where it was one black, one colorless. So personally, I feel like this is strictly better because it puts a body into play and has an impact on the board. Uh, whereas the Ixalan enchantment never impacts the board ever in the game. Mm. I had some thoughts about this card. It felt really weird to me because they include the clause where if it forces you where you can't target your own stuff with the triggered ability. So like if an opponent targets this or the offspring version of this, you can't put counters on the thing that they're targeting. It makes sense cuz why would you do that anyways? Um Because obviously, if they're going to be playing stuff to target your stuff, it's for removal purposes. I like this card because it prevents people from playing Secret Two-Headed Giant. I don't know if Wizards had that in mind when they were designing this card, but it just feels unnecessarily worded to like punish or prevent that from happening. Weird card. Not that it like I like it too terribly much. I just thought it was an interesting talking piece. It just feels weird. It's like, of course, why would I throw a counter on the thing that's about to die? But for whatever reason, they put a clause on here to prevent you from ever doing that. So, in my eyes, it's for Commander, and it's to prevent people from teaming up. I like Jackdaw Savior. This guy's kind of cool. It's like the inverse of Broodmoth that we were talking about earlier. This cares about things with flying, dying, and power, versus Broodmoth cared about things that didn't have flying. So it's a very interesting bird. I like it a little bit more than Broodmoth. Yeah, we have came a long way from Savannah Lions, that's for sure. Yeah, 1 for 1 mana, and Savannah Lions had nothing else printed on it. Look at all this shit on here. 2 paragraphs and a keyword. Yeah, it is an interesting keyword on heroic. They like to do that with Wizards of the Coast. They ran out of ideas to name things differently, and they just call it something else, but it's practically the same. And then they make very slight variations, and I think they do that for themselves on purpose, so they have more keywords to work with down the road. It's more long term. Yeah, it does remind me of the cleric too from Zendikar Rising. That one cared about clerics too. Jackdaw is a lot better because it puts it into play versus the cleric puts it in your hand. So I think this is slightly more comparable to Broodmoth. Hmm. I bet you like this card, Neo. Sinister Monolith. You like to play not Urza, but Mishra, the one that makes token copies of artifacts. This would fit nicely in there. You sack the token copy and draw 2 cards on your main phase 2. Storm Splitter is weird. The pre-order prices for this thing is like $30. I don't see it personally. He is interesting. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, you get to make a temporary copy of him to live turn. So he is like Storm in a way. But I don't know of how you could break that in EDH personally. Really? Oh, because it. Yeah, you're right. Well, sorry, Neo. Sorry to let your hopes down. Is there any cards that specifically come to mind when you see this thing, the Storm Splitter? Because I can't think of any personally. Like I'm thinking of all like the Zerda decks where they copy it and then you could target the copies of Storm Splitter here, and that's like the furthest I could imagine this thing going. Like I don't know what's out there that combos really well with Storm Splitter. You could. That's true. You could use Sundial Infinite to save the clone copies. Or Obeka does that too. He might be really good in the Obeka list. That's for sure. Obeka likes to play extra turns that normally would kill you, like Final Fortune kind of stuff. Maybe I could Google it. Maybe people have already figured that out. I guess I already looked it up and I don't remember. According to this guy, for 42 minutes, he talked about Storm Splitter, and I don't know. But he's such a new card that I'm pretty sure someone will figure out how to break this. Yeah, the one. Oh, Mutate's pretty fun too. That's. Yeah, I can see that. In terms of one power, it almost doesn't matter. Like, if you could make an infinite amount of copies of this, it's like, who cares? Or a lethal amount of them, power doesn't matter in that scenario. Which is what people playing Storm want to do. I just wish I played more Storm decks to think of the applications of this. I just know that someone out there is going to figure something out with this, and I'm just not one of those people because I have played Storm, but I haven't played a whole lot of variations of it. I've only played it in Modern, and Modern is very uh, it has an equation. It's simple. You make mana and draw cards, and that's all it does until you drop the grape shot. It has nothing to do with stuff like Storm Splitter here. Mm, first day of class. All right. Good night, Neo. Yeah. I'll post them throughout the week for sure. I'll play your one tick deck tonight. Ah, nice. Yeah, it does combo nicely with first day of class. They come in with +1/+1 counters. They'll already have haste, I think. Yeah, they already have haste, but the counter's nice. Rotmouth Viper is super strong. Cost reduction, you sack any number of permanents, it costs one less for each of them, and then you put a blight counter on it on ETB or attacks. Then for each blight counter on it, each opponent loses 4 life, and that player sacks an all-in permanent or discards a card. That's a lot. That's so much. It it compounds an interest. And it does something the turn it comes down to. You get a trigger on ETB, and then you get compounding interest with each attack. I think this is going to be a black staple, maybe. It's just so good. It's like the cracked out version of the Archon that has flying for the same amount of mana, but this is got cost reduction. What a broken snake. Yeah, even without the proliferate, this thing is pretty damn backbreaking. Because, like, at first glance, you'll be like, oh, I have 10 turns, but the turns get shorter and shorter because you sack more and more life unless they discard cards. And discarding cards is just as crippling because then you have nothing to play with. As the discard man in your Tiny Bones, I'd play Viper in that deck for sure. This thing is like a combo punch to people's faces. And then in the Tiny Bones deck that you play, uh, it poses a real difficult decision for your opponents. Dragonheart Fate's Tempest. On each of your attacks, exile the top X cards of your library. X is the number of creatures you control with power 4 or greater. You play those cards until your next end step. At the beginning of your next end step, it deals 2 damage to each opponent for each of those cards that are still in exile. Huh. It's kind of like the Chandra uptick, where if you couldn't cast things, you do damage, but you could get multiple triggers with this. It's not bad. It's not the best either. If you're playing in a deck that cares about 4 power, it's nice. I love Bela in the Haymaker. Not like it's a bit of a pun, you know what I mean? Like she's literally making hay in the fields, but she throws haymakers as well, like punches. Tap 2 tokens, make 1 mana of any color, that's super strong. Tap 3 untap tokens, you draw a card, also super strong. Tap 4, you put 3 counters on her, and it gains trample till on a turn. I love the design in this card a lot. There's a lot of like Naya token decks. Like Naya and tokens is already an established archetype. She just in the 99 or as the commander just makes that even stronger. Take your pick of what you want to play, but I like her a lot more than most. Just because it's card advantage from the zone and mana from the zone. And a win condition where you could super yourself up for a Voltron strat. Go wide with your tokens as well. Very flexible commander. Really? Nile Legends and Standard? That seems really hard to do. I imagine there's a lot of support, though, if you want to try it. Helga the Skittish Seer. I like this Simic Commander. Or no, it's Bant. Bant Commander a lot. Cast a creature 4 or greater, you draw a card, gain a life, and put a counter on her. Then you could tap for X mana to add any one color where X is her power. Spend this only to cast creature spells with mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells X in their mana cost. She kind of feels like a slightly better version than Chulane. Maybe not better is the word I'm looking for. Because Chulane triggers on any creature regardless of power. But I mean, 3 mana versus 5 is quite significant. Chulane also doesn't add mana. She doesn't have a way to bounce stuff, though. It's a give and take kind of a card. I think it's a good competitor to Chulane, and it enforces a good building restriction, or at least a creative one. If you've ever had an interest in building a mana value 4 or greater deck, she's probably it. Unfortunately, you're not in the right colors for the companion that cares about 4 or greater. He's black and blue. The Kraken from Ikoria. Oh yeah, X matters. X is pretty sick. It has to be a creature, unfortunately. There's a lot of creatures in Bant with X in their cost, though. Pick any Hydra. Any Hydra. Seems fun. Ooh, Darkstar Augur. I like this guy a lot. It's like a cracked out version of Bob or Dark Confidant. Oh yeah, Karuga is 3 or greater. He fits quite nicely, actually. Play Karuga with our Helga here. That fits quite nicely. Thanks for reminding me. But Darkstar, it's basically a Bob for a bonus. You can make a copy of it, and then the investment's like on par because Bob only costs 2 mana. This would cost 4 to have two, like a copy and this come into play. And I like to play with Reckless Abandon. Life's a resource, and when you have 40 of it, I abuse the living hell out of it. Yeah. If you want to play dangerously, like if I don't know if this has modern playability, but Bob sees play in all the shadow decks. This is like a cracked out version of it, a lot scarier. It's on a better body, a 2/3 and a 1/1. Wick the World Mine. World? I don't know how to pronounce world, but yeah. Bowmasters is so obnoxious. Even in Commander, it's pretty obnoxious. But this rat is interesting. It's like the Grixis version of Minsk and Boo. It's not as good as Minsk and Boo because it doesn't tie up your mana. So ultimately, I end up not liking this as much. Seems like it's trying really hard to do something similar. I can appreciate that it's breaking out of like color restrictions and doing something cool and unique, but seems like a lot of work. It also wants to be forcing you to play rats. I think something that'd be kind of funny is you could abuse things where you change creature typing. So like you play things like Conspiracy, Maskwood Nexus, and Arcane Adaptation, and make all your rats in your deck into snails as well. And then you just play your scaling rats like Colony, so you could use its sack ability to shoot people and draw a bunch of cards. You know what? Wick, after thinking about it, sounds a lot better than I originally gave it credit for. Because like most of those, like you could have any amount of copies in your deck kind of lists, they suffer from card draw and removal, and that this commander has both printed on it. Mm. I'm quite happy with like Wooburg would be pretty taxing, but it seems I'd like to see this as a rat colony list. And then the cards you draw from sacking a biggin replaces you with more rat colonies. It's not the love with that. It'd be fitting if he amassed the snail army. Oh yeah, I love Caution Mage. Um, there's two otters now that have offspring and do different effects. There's the one that acts like, or was that a lizard? It might have been a lizard, but one of the two. Both are red 2-drops that have offspring for 2. One triggers on creatures entering the battlefield. This one triggers on non-creature spells. I think this one and the lizard or other otter, I can't remember, will be pretty nice. For an uncommon, this is awesome. Yeah, I don't mind. Mockingbird is just another clone. Like it's not entirely too exceptional. Yeah. It costs you a lot of mana if you want to copy certain things. Like if you there's a big scary thing in the board, you might not be able to copy it. And I'd rather in that scenario have just a traditional 4-drop, or even better if I got the duplicate from Doctor Who or Phantasmal Image. They're the best. I'd rather play those or a traditional clone over this just for like the reach aspects of Mockingbird. Yeah, Huskburster Swarm seems good. People play Grumag Angler um, in the Shadow decks. I imagine they'll be playing Huskburster Swarm as well. A bigger body with more evasion and death touch. So no matter what, you'll be trading with 2 creatures with this thing if they want to deal with it. And that might even be good enough. That might be just so they could avoid taking 6 damage and keep their life totals high. It seems like a brutal card for like a modern format. And I also like that it cares about things in exile too. So people are trying to punish you uh, by exiling your graveyard to counter you. It's not good enough. It's just a strictly better Grumag Angler in my opinion. And even like it complements Grumag because Grumag has the delve that exiles creatures from or can exile creatures from your graveyard too, and reduce the cost of this even further. Oh yeah, it does. Doesn't care what exile pile, just has to be an exile pile. Welcome. At least two more folks are watching the stream. After we talk about the Bloomborough spoilers, I am going to be playing decks and talking about deck techs as well. Feel free to say hi if you're there. Let's see. Star Charter is kind of nice. I like that the bats care about loss of life and gain of life. Um, Very flavorful. This lets you look at the top four and then reveal creature card, power 3 or less from among them, put it in your hand. Good card selection. Surprisingly, an uncommon. It's pretty good for an uncommon. Don's Truce. This is the other gift card I liked. It's similar to um, Heroic Intervention. And you don't have to give the gift. If you're just trying to dodge single target removal, you just play it for that, and don't you don't even need to give people a card. And then in the event that you do, you just give it to the weakest player that you're teaming up with. Never give the strongest player any kind of favors, that's for sure. But I expect this to be pretty expensive. Like, no matter how many times they reprint Heroic, it's always over $10. Infamous Cruel Claw. There's some like serious hype about this thing. It lets you cheat stuff off the top of your library by discarding card, but you have to connect. It has Menace, so it's easier to hit people. It's just you have to be playing a deck that manipulates the top of your library, which is not very. It's not something a black and red deck is known for doing. Um, and it also forces you to play some expensive tutors, which is unfortunate. But I'm willing to try and play it on the channel, even though I play budget decks. I just won't have access to the sweet tutors. Now, all I have to do is just jam, a ton of creatures that are very powerful into the deck, and then I won't have to play as many top deck manipulation kind of stuff. But that makes the deck a little inconsistent if those things end up in my hand and I can't play them. It's a little risky. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about gifting people that are in blue, especially. That makes me nervous. You're a wild man, Reckman. Beauregard Mentor is a pretty sweet uncommon. Power and toughness equal number of creatures you control, and it also has evasion with trample. It's very rare to have like a stat block and then also include trample in there. The last time they did that, I don't know if they have ever done that. The last scary Selesnya star stat block I saw was back in Return to Ravnica. It was the Elemental that was the dominating deck in Standard at the time. I don't know if Red Green or I don't know if Selesnya has a deck right now. I know it did for a little bit during Theros, but this is a good weenie card for sure. Yeah, sure. The politics, man. Sweeten the deal. My advice when you're trying to politic with people is, uh, yeah, when you're trying to politic with people, just make it so the deal is better for you than it is for them, and hopefully they bite. Normally, I'm the worst person to bargain with because I'll counter offer with a deal that's better for me. And normally I get people to do it. Oh, Vren, he's super strong too. Protects himself with Ward 2, and then if something would die on your opponent's side, it gets exiled. Then each end step, you create a rat token with X counters on it for or sorry, yeah, you create X rats, and then it gets +1/+1 for each other rat you control, and X is equal to the number of things that get exiled. So, uh, if you're able to kill a lot of things on other people's turns and take advantage of the every end step, that would be pretty kick ass. Hard to do, but you're in black, so it can't be too terribly hard. Am I right? Seems pretty good. Hmm. Innkeeper's Talent as a class seems super strong. I remember back in Standard of it was either Ixalan or Caverns where they had the Dauntless Escort was a problem where weenies were dominating because this also triggers at the beginning of combat every turn and does the same thing of dumping a counter and scaling stuff up, and it's for the same generic cost. Only now it levels up and makes shit even worse. Gives ward, and then on the final level, you start putting additional counters on stuff. You twice it actually. I feel like this is gonna make a splash in standard if Dauntless Escort from back in the day was an issue where they had to change it on freaking arena. They had to neuter it. Dewdrop Cure is pretty nice. You return up to two creatures powered or with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield if the gift was paid. Uh, you return three instead. I'd play this in weenies all day. That seems really good. I don't know about Commander. I might play this in like your uh, Luris decks. That's probably the only place this would fit. Or the mm, yeah, Luris is probably the first thing and only thing comes to mind that I'd run Dewdrop Cure in terms of Commander. But in terms of 60 card formats, this is really good. Mostly because you avoid a lot of tempo issues by putting it directly back into play. Really? Yeah, I'm not as involved in 60 card formats as I used to, so I like hearing this perspective. Sunspine Links is really dope. Can't gain life, damage can't be prevented. On ETB, it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non-basics that player controls. It's basically a price of progress on a stick, and it prevents people from, preventing the damage or gaining the life to prevent their own deaths. I mean, price of progress did 2 damage. Well, this only does 1, but it's still a significant effect, especially in Commander. People are playing non basics all the time, probably way more than they should. The only time they're not is if they're in monocolored decks. And that's about it. Price of progress strong. I imagine this will be strong. Which is another topic I wanted to bring up. Wizards of the Coast, when people started branching out and being creative and playing multicolored decks, people were applauding. Like, Wizards was applauding them. They're like, oh, we never thought of doing that. And then now they have to print things like this every now and then. I think they still applied creativity and they like seeing multicolor decks in the format of like all the formats. Um, but they have to be very careful about printing stuff like this because they don't want to, you know, undo a lot of creativity out there. Because if they print too many of these, then no one is ever going to want to be playing multicolored decks. Hmm. Yeah, it's true. Finding similar mindsets is hard. Honestly, um, I like hearing variety. I'm a variety guy. If you can't tell, in like even on my channel, I never play the same commander back to back in a row. It's because I played everything at this point. Like I don't play 60 card format as I used to, but I used to play a lot of it, and I have experience with playing top tier decks, and um, that's helps me draw a lot of experience and connections to spoilers that come out today. Hmm. Stormcatch Fermenter is really good. It's a strictly better Goblin Electromancer. Has prowess and haste. What's not to love about that? If you play that, you'll end up throwing these in those decks too. Mm, yeah. I feel like Mono Red always has a deck in Standard. It may not be top tier or the best, but it's at least a competitor at any given moment. It might put it over the top now with the links. Hopefully, it's a good like top end curve closer. That's for sure. I like Cachet Grab. I like any card where you mill 4 or more for 2 mana. I will play them all when I'm playing those decks. I am in my 6 deck that I built and I'm going to be playing tonight. I play all of these. Anything that's 2 mana and mills more than 4 cards, I'm running in that list. And this is a nice fit for the 6 decks. It acts like card advantage when you have access to your graveyard. Going 4 cards deep is insane. I like Hop to it as well. Very rarely do we get a 1-for-1 investment. In this case, you invest a mana per 1 token you make. And believe it or not, there are not a lot out there. And for those that play token decks, this will find its way into those. Hmm. Clement is kind of a weird guy. Um, I can appreciate that gives your frogs the ability to tap for mana because obviously you have intentions of bouncing them, and it kind of acts like a equilibrium from the command zone. I feel like there are some very niche cards that will complement this guy a lot. I don't know what they are because frogs are still a very niche creature type. I'd be very interested to see if someone comes up with the list for this, or maybe I'll try it on my channel, see if I could pull it off. But he seems like a real fringe commander, that's for sure. And abusing things where you purposely want to be returning stuff to your hand is usually pretty good. It also doesn't specify what you can target with it. It just has to have lesser power. Or, sorry, lesser mana value. So that does make it a little harder to abuse. If it didn't care and you could return itself, that'd be super strong. But ultimately, this is going to be hard to play around if you want to build it. It just seems interesting to me. Some full art planeswalkers. I don't play Liliana of the Dark Realms that much. But I definitely play Nissa Who Shakes the World, that's for sure. That looks pretty dope. Bees of the Bounding Spring. This guy is kind of weird. Um, it's supposed to be like a catch-up mechanic on an ETB trigger. Someone has more lands, you get a treasure. Someone has more life, you gain 4 life. Someone has more creatures, you get 1/1 tokens. Someone has more cards, you draw a card. I wish those effects applied to each opponent individually, but unfortunately, the max you can get is, 1 treasure, 2 fish, 4 life, and draw 1 card. That's a lot of stuff, but it's not. It's still not meaningful in a weird way, if that makes sense. It seems really shitty to say, but honestly, if I was an opponent sitting opposite of this guy, I would be like, oh yeah, sure, man, go for it. Now, if it's in the shell of flickering and abusing this, that could be pretty damn annoying. You're going to be cluttering up the board with a lot of fish, at the very least. Maybe this guy's more abusable than I give him credit for at first thought. He's a very good coattail and catch-up mechanic. He has a limiting factor. They did it on purpose. If it was each opponent, this card would be broken to shit. He'd be like a $40, $50 card. I think they limited it on purpose, but it's still good. If you are playing a white flicker deck, this seems really fun to try and abuse and break. Like, play a Anthem / Flicker Shell. That'd be really cool. Cathar's Crusade would probably break this card a little bit. Yeah, it could be better than 99 too, I agree. Valley Rock Collar is nice. Draw cards, equal number of other squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats you control. So like whatever one you're doing tribal wise, I'd put this in. That's a lot of cards. A lot of cards to ignore for the efficiency of 2 mana is pretty busted, and it's evasive, so it's hard to get rid of via combat, even though it's a combat trigger. Season of Loss. I wanted to talk about this. I like all the season cards. There's one in each color. They're all unique in that they're modal, and the modes are inhibited based on these weird paw. Yeah, these weird paw things that you get. They're not something you could bank, so you have to use it or lose it, kind of a deal. But I like the black one the most because it impacts the board and it can win you the game. It's head and shoulders better than the other 4 by a lot. Could make people edict themselves or draw cards for the number of creatures you control that died. And then its last ability is you make people lose life for X number of creatures in your graveyard. It's a win condition. The other ones aren't win conditions. They're mostly just value effects. I think just for that last ability, that's why this is so significant. Flub's the Fool. This is a unique build. This basically makes you go into top deck mode. Playing top deck mode, I'm not a big fan of because it limits your options. You just have to run straight at a wall and hope it works out. But for what he does, it's super strong. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, you draw a card. The fact that it cantrips off lands is significant. I would, in the scenario that you have no cards, you discard instead, so eventually you go to 0. So that's why it's a very breakneck kind of strategy where you just throw it up to the RNG gods. Yeah, it's probably good that the seasons are an instance. It'd be just the commands all over again. It'd be command 60 card format. I was playing standard during Shadowmoor when the commands first came out, and I used to have sweats about Cryptic Command. Just sitting there across from my opponent, I'm just like, please to God, don't have Cryptic Command. It was the worst friggin' thing ever. But back to Flubs, I feel like you have a very gluttonous personality to be playing this as a commander because it all depends on what you rip off the top when you play them. You want to be empty-handed and just play from the top. over and over again. Sword of Fire and Ice, full art treatment. It's not the first. Pick and choose what you like more. I like my other one a little bit more than this, but sea otters in South Park I love a lot. Why eat off of tables when you have perfectly good tummies? Yeah, I like Song the Creation too. It's a little more generous than Song because Song makes you discard everything on your end step. Flubs gets you there eventually. Jason Mind Sculptor, another full art treatment. He's gotten a couple in the past. Hmm. Damn, that Tammy looks dope as hell. I wonder. Yeah, that's the first full art treatment she's gotten. It looks sick. I just like the color of it all. The reflection of the water, it's reflecting a sunset. That's why you get this like golden glow, and it contrasts so well with the dock and the greenery and like the willow up here. I love whoever made this card a lot. I normally don't like hug cards, but since you could pick and choose opponents with this, it's okay. You just have to make sure you get to that second cast spell, so you yourself make up the difference and draw cards. And in the scenario where you choose two different opponents to draw a card, you net more, and that breaks the symmetry of Bumbleflower pretty nicely. It's better than it looks. No, this the three color Tameo didn't get a chibi art. It got this. It came out during the murders at Karlov Manor, and they got the detective versions, which I did not buy. I did not like it. Hazel the Root Bloom's pretty nice. Pay 2 life, tap X on tap tokens, add X-Men of any combination. That's a lot of mana, especially when you don't care about the tokens that you're making. Beginning of your end step, create a token that's a copy of a target token you control. If it's scroll, you make 2. Um, I'm not a big fan of like scroll decks, but like you could make some pretty unique and cool tokens in green. Yeah. Bumbleflower got kicked to the curb. Mr. Bumbleflower. They're they're divorcee rabbits. That's for sure. She seems very wife-like. She's coming to the kitchen with pastries. Oh damn! Zinnia Valley's Force. This thing's a house. Gives all your creature spells offspring 2. Honestly, the middle paragraph means nothing to me. Sure, I could scale him up to be an lethal attacker because he's also evasive, but like just giving all my creature spells kicker is pretty kick ass. I love that. This thing's pretty damn strong. And most Jeskai decks, they're Spellslinger decks, not creature decks. So that kind of partitions this color pairing into a new direction that I appreciate. Mm. Bellow Bard of Brambles. This guy's super good. I like that it's only during your turn. So if people want to blow up your animated artifacts or enchantments, they have to do it at instant speed. That's probably the best quality about this thing. And then on top of that, they draw you cards. And a 4/4 body is hard to deal with. The other stipulation is the R's enchantments have to be 4 or greater to cast. So, unfortunately, this forces you more into the artifact line because you can do a lot of affinity shenanigans. Yeah, or vehicles. That's not bad either. But like, you could cheese expensive artifacts into play really easy. Cheesing expensive enchantments much harder to do. Especially in these colors, I feel like you need blue and white to abuse enchantments. He's gonna go off road. Yeah, he's dual wielding. I don't know what the hell those things are called. Giant bells on sticks, melon sticks. Ars Talent's not bad. It's a 8-man investment to deal bonus damage. Just for the discarding the draw card is good enough in my book. Then getting the coupon later, and it gets better with each passing level, so I could respect this one. It's not the best, not the worst. I feel like this is a pet card. It's probably not going to be a standard staple in the Spellslinger variety. Just for how much mana you have to invest into it, unfortunately. Ral the Crackling Wit is pretty busted. Um, you can excel his loyalty faster. He makes a body that protects himself. His -3 is pretty darn good if he's going to die anyways. And then his -10 is backbreaking, which is what I like in a Planeswalker. I want every ability to be useful, and I want the final ability to be worth pursuing. And this just checks all my boxes, personally. I feel like getting to 10 loyalty is not that hard to do in the right decks. Maha! It's Feathers Knight. I love this card a lot. Makes your creatures have base toughness 1/1 or 1 rather. So it's it's asymmetrical. It doesn't affect your board. I would pair this with things like the 4-drop enchantment that makes everything get -1/-1, or Karavek, which does the same thing. That's like the wet dream with this card. Pair it with things like the new Massacre Girl and all the stuff that like can reduce toughness to 0. You be drawing off of them. This is definitely a unique build around. I have built a lot of black decks that didn't pan out well, but this one seems like fun. This is like a wet dream for me personally. One of my favorite cards of all time is Humility. This is at least a third of what Humility does. Glarb Calamity's Augur. 2/4 with Death Touch. Can look at the top of your library anytime. You may play lands or cast spells mana value 4 or greater from the top of your library. It's a future side effect. Now this one lets you play the Demon Kraken from Ikoria if you wanted to build a whole deck around that. One of my favorite things with that Demon Kraken to pair with it is the enchantment that's 2 mana and reduces CMC by 2. Yeah. Maha, I think you're right. He's tolerable. He'll be tolerable until you get the complementary piece. The complementary piece being the thing that makes it so their shit doesn't live ever. Glarb though, I love a future sight effect, and I love it when it's from. Oh yeah, it is even costs. You're right. I guess it's still a Karuga companion then, because it is blue green. I'd play Karuga. Why not? Drawing cards on top of playing shit from the top of your library. And it has Surveil with a tap ability, so you can manipulate the top of your library. Pretty darn awesome. You could also abuse this in like Tim decks and untap them and tap them again. There's a lot of those out there. I'd play this with intruder alarm effects. You get to combine a lot of unique archetypes into one with this commander. Yes, it would work with X spells. You just have to make sure the X plus whatever cost is in it is 4 or greater. That's the only bottleneck thing you'll have to play around, unfortunately. So if you have a Villainous Wealth on the top of your library, you would only have to pay X as 1 because Villainous Wealth already has Sultai in its cost. But you could obviously cast Villainous Wealth for bigger, it being an X spell. I guess Glarb is better because he doesn't care about it being a creature. I think the other frog cared about it being a creature because it distributed counters. This one does not care. Yeah. You could play non-creature spells too with this, which makes him significantly better. And with his 2/4 bow with Death Touch, he just stuffs out so much obnoxious aggro, I bet. Yeah, in terms of raw advantage, Glarb is better, and that usually is what wins games, unfortunately. Like that unknown factor of what you could rip off the top and your infinite amount of possibilities. Yeah. In terms of in a vacuum, the other frog is better because all the effects are there and it's predictable. You could brick with Glarb, but I highly doubt that's possible because of the Surveil 2 activated ability. You go pretty deep even in the early game. Mm. Unfortunately, that's true. I wish it wasn't because white is actually my favorite color. It's like my guilty pleasure that I don't like to admit to people. I just love the versatility in white. Black does one thing and one thing really well, um, and I'm a bit of a control freak. I have OCD. I don't like people uh, getting away from me. I like to police the table, and that's where white is just more versatile at answering a plethora of things versus black is typically only good at answering creatures. But when you introduce more colors, that problem gets fixed. And white's no longer necessary, unfortunately. War and War Leader, it's a medium effect, but something I want to mention is whenever you attack claws, it doesn't care if this itself attacks. And then if you do the offspring thing, the same thing applies, which I do appreciate. Give everything +2/+2 if you do make the token copy, or make the rabbit token, or mix and match. It's a significant creature. Castrol the Wind Crested, I think this is the new like bird tribal commander, way better than what we've ever gotten in the past. Whenever one or more birds deal damage to a player, so the max you could get is 3 triggers off this. It's per player that you hit. Options: put a counter on each bird you control. That's pretty scary. Draw a card. Or you get to put a bird from your hand or graveyard with a finale counter on it. So it's a recovery piece or a cheat piece. Wow. Honestly, I could see myself just putting 3 counters on everything. And then when I'm running out of gas, I do the card option. But like if I'm trying to close out games, I'm picking the middle ability every single time. That just seems fun. Or if like I'm recovering from a board wipe, which is the crux of creature decks, bring him back with the Castrol. Why not? Pretty much everything you want in a tribal creature heavy deck. The 3 Tree City, this is a significant card. Choose a color, add amount of mana equal to the number of creatures you control the chosen type. So it's only going to be in tribal decks. But in tribal decks, this is going to be a must have. It'll produce a lot of mana. I mean, the bird guy has a 4/5, man. That's a pretty beefy dude. And like most birds have flying and are already evasive, so I don't know if you really need the first strike. But yeah, 3 Tree City, probably the best tribal land that you could ask. And they're printing different versions of this. They're printing different like season versions. This is summer, spring, fall, and winter. Personally, I'm from Minnesota, and the winter one resonates more with me, so I like it. I wonder which one's cheaper pre-order wise. They're all going for on the same thing. The Oh, you mean double strike? Double strike will let you get 2 triggers, but you're right. If you swing with multiple creatures at one person and one has first strike and the other doesn't, then you would get 2 triggers. Yeah, I have a lot of fun memories ice fishing in Minnesota. That's like my favorite thing to do recreation wise outside. And like walking on the ice, you just hear things for incredible distances, and then you just sit there. I would carve a hole out for my beer and a hole out for my fish, and most of the time I would just drink. And worst case scenario, I caught nothing, and I just got lit on the ice, and would just walk home. It was the best. As a Navy man, if you've spent time on a boat, highly recommend you try ice fishing. I'm not an outdoors guy at all, but I do like ice fishing. Yeah, that's true. Um, People will have a hard time discerning the difference between spring and summer. The only reason why I can tell the difference is the spring one, it's raining in. That's like the common like thing versus summer, everything's drier, it's hotter. That's with like the warm glow kind of vibe I'm getting. No, the winter one's way more expensive. It's like $10 more. Same with the fall one. I think it's because you could easily discern what the season is versus spring and summer. You can't. It was hard for me to tell, but I put two and together. It's raining. It's probably spring. The flowers are in bloom. Yeah, man. You might not like. I might. I'm assuming your gender, but sorry if I am. Anyways, like I said, ice fishing is like the easiest thing in the world. You don't even need like a traditional pole. You just need a stick to anchor on the ice, and you tie some twine to it, and you just let it sit there, and you just wait for something to yank at the stick, and you just sit there drinking all day. That's the fun part. You just go out with your buddies and you just drink and talk all day in peace and quiet, which is rare for me nowadays with two kids. Not that I'm complaining, but I need those moments. I don't get them that often, but I need them. Hmm. Unfortunately, these lands are very specific. You need to play the specific creature typings to get like the special effect, so it's gonna only be in niche decks. Hmm. Salvation Swan is a weird angel effect. Um, it does have flash, so it does just like what the angel does, but this one cares about flying and that you need it to not have flying. But it comes back with a flying counter on it, so that's neato. No, no one pointed out the Ravnica set seasons to me. I'm aware of them. Hmm. I don't really see the connection though. Damn. Bria Riptide Rogue is pretty damn good. I know this is one of the very first cards that they spoiled. Just giving everything prowess is pretty busted. And then you just make them unblockable whenever you cast something. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. That would be pretty sick. Snow Shocklands. I'm pretty sick of Ravnica. We've been there 4 times, so I could go without going back to Ravnica for a bit. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like this is already pretty cracked. Adding Magecraft would probably make this like unbearable. It'd be the worst. I mean, you're already like you get pseudo Magecraft. I mean, you're giving everything prowess. Imagine it as like a Magecraft where everything gets +1/+1, and that's the Magecraft ability. Maybe that helps you like it a little bit more. Trick your own mind a little bit. Oh God, double. It's basically a Colonian Hydra from the Command Zone. That's what this is. Jesus, God, the scary rabbit soldier. Yeah, I love Colonian Hydra. I miss when it was only $5 to play. Now it's expensive because people kind of caught on that Colonian Hydra's busted as hell. This is so strong. I would just play a creature deck where everything puts counter on itself, and I would just ride this rabbit to victory. Damn. I love these effects where you get to return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield. He scales nicely too. Equal number of. He's got a star stat block for lands in play. Pretty darn good. If this was budget friendly, I'd played my 6 deck in the future. Ew. This kind of sucks. Not interested. That's the end, folks. Woo! That was a ride. I hope you enjoyed talking about spoilers. I went over anything that was worth buying. Let's get into some gameplay. I talked a lot, and I'm just in the mood for it. Ready for that, Rickman? If you're still awake. See, I'll play the 2 decks that don't require deck techs. My sleeper pick from Bloomborough? That's hard. It's probably going to be the Viper. Viper's my favorite. Oh, like as in like overlooked sleeper pick? Hmm. Damn. Oh, sure. What do you think's going to be underappreciated value and will skyrocket? That's hard for me to pick. I've done that a couple of times. I've been burned a couple of times. I don't recommend people doing that either because if they're wrong, I don't want to. Or if I'm wrong, I don't want to be blamed for it either. Yeah, I gotta look up prices now. I gotta go to TCG Player. We'll look up what's the cheapest, and then I'll be like, that's probably underpriced. I normally only buy singles from TCG Player. It's a competitive market. Card Kingdom just ignores a lot of what others sites do, so I'm not a big fan of it. I like them for selling my shit to them because it's fast and easy. Sort by low to high. Let's see if I can find a diamond in the rough here. Huskburster Swarm is a good pick. It's an uncommon, so there's gonna be a lot of copies circulating, but I could see that going up in price value. I think $1 is probably underpriced for what it actually is worth. It's not gonna be printed for a long time. And you could reasonably buy 1,000 of them. I mean, it's one for one almost. If you could find 1,000 of them for $1, it's not a bad deal. Coruscation Mage, that's also probably a little. Well, it might be overpriced actually. $2. Let's look for a mythic or a rare. That might be hard to find though. A mythic or a rare that's underpriced. That doesn't come around too often. Don's Truce is only $5. You want your money card? That's my pick right there. Underpriced. Remember when I was telling you that like no matter what, heroic intervention's always $10 plus? That's what this is gonna be. I have a feeling that it'll be double in price. Like to get that indestructibility clause is no big deal. Just giving the weakest player a card is no skin off your back. I think that's probably my pick if I was to say a sleeper card. All right, let's play some games. I think I found that card. Let's see. You want me to play my $300 upgrade of Azlask first, or do you want me to play Neo's one ticket deck of the Six Fingered Man? I guess you could play Sauron. Let's do Sauron. I want to show people what you could do with a $1 budget on Moto. I like this guy's lobby, titled it Unlimited Soup, Salad, and Breadsticks. Oh, it's buddies only. Sure. While we wait, might refill my pineapple juice here. Voice is feeling dry. Might have to get a fan in here. It's a little stuffy. Alright. Playing against Quain. DePaula the Pilot Exemplar. It's a vehicle deck. I haven't played against one of those in a while. And Ashnod. Copy sacrifice abilities of artifacts. That's pretty significant. I've actually never played against Ashnod, so that'll be interesting. One land, that's not a keeper. This is my buddy's one ticks deck. I know nothing. I didn't look at this list. I just assumed it was fine to play. I have a lot of respect for this individual. So I'm letting let him take the wheel. It's probably another mulligan. Don't have a blue source to play anything. All right, so we're running it out. Probably gonna ditch the breach because I'm a long way away from casting that. I like to use my spells as early as I can. If you want a link to this deck, I actually include the links this time around in my stream, so you could look at the list for yourself. In paper, let's see how much this thing costs to play. Guess soul leveling's in a season 2 real soon. That show is pretty kick-ass, though. Let's get the... Doesn't matter what I get out of the way. A lot of tap lands in my hand. I guess I get a red source, maybe? I already got a red, so... How about an island? I'm pretty sure he's got double blue in here. It's a safe color to get. I already got a red, so... This deck, in paper, will cost you $1,300 to play. And it's $1 to play on Moto. That's hilarious. It's literally... oh, God. What is that in comparison to? It's like 0.13% of what it would cost you to play in paper you're playing on friggin' Moto. That's hilarious. Oh, God. I keep drawing tap lands. I hate tap lands so freaking much. Ugh. We're just gonna get it out of the way. My buddy knows I hate tap lands too. Definitely breaking tradition here today. You wouldn't catch me dead playing all these tap lands. At most, I'd play the Terramorphic and the Maestro's Theater. But, like, I would never play the bounce lands. I imagine he's running it because he has, like, Cloud of Fairies and stuff to abuse that. Quinn player is thinking real hard. Aethersworn? Okay. I wonder if it's better that I wait. I could play the Playcrafter, but it gets better post Mizium Mortar's wipe. And there's not really a lot of stuff worth me blowing up. I imagine this middle player will duke it out. Yeah, we'll let them fight each other and I'll save my resource. Fortunately now I have to manually click pass on my stuff. My Playcrafter is also worse because of this Quain. He lets everyone draw cards. Like, I could be impacting the left player by making him discard. But if he's just going to tap this and make us all draw, then there's really no point. I want to use my Playcrafter when people have something significant down. And normally in the mid to late game, they play one creature at a time because they're just playing big dumb creatures. And post board wipe is the best time for an edict effect. Sometimes resisting the urge to play cards is challenging, but I have an informed decision. I have a board wiped in my hand, so like that's an educated decision. I think the average person, not to toot my own horn, would just run out the Plague Crafter regardless of any situation just because it's on curve. We're too early in the game where life lost from a 2-2 or a 1-3 does not matter. Heck, even the damage is mitigated because Quain here gives us a life, so I really don't care if I lose some life here. I'd rather just not do anything and just play a land and move on. So far, he hasn't showed me anything that's significant. Astronaut double sacrifice triggers. He hasn't put a permanent down that sacks itself or played something that sacks something else like a Krark Clan Ironworks, so I'm not in a... Nothing's changed for me. And look at this. Premium removal on the Aethersworn. Didn't have to do anything. Let the folks work for me. Turn Dynamo's pretty good. This left player's got a lot of mana at their disposal. They have 10 mana available to them on their turn 5. That's pretty wild. My Mesiamore is just feeling pretty good for scooping up the Ashnod, too. Hopefully he spends some treasures to get there. Although he doesn't have to. He's got everything with just his lands and his other rocks. I could steal someone's removal with this Halo Forger. I never played this card, but it's pretty good. I could target someone else's swords. Eidolon or Rhetoric. That's all this guy does. That's hilarious. I don't mind. I don't care. I'm having a slow start. This guy's doing me favors. Look at me. I have 3 mana. The guy on the left has 10. The middle player's upset, but he really shouldn't. He's doing us a favor. Let's see. Maybe I'm the only one who doesn't care. But the middle player, he really shouldn't care either. He should be just peachy about what's going on out here. Definitely going to be ditching this contaminated Aquafire. Don't need it. I would say I have experience playing around stacks and recognizing board states and how they like fit with each other because I play a lot of stacks or have played a lot of stacks. When you can look at like things like Eidolon and Rhetoric and say to yourself, "Oh, that's not that bad. It works in my favor." That's when you've like have pretty good board state evaluation skills. Look at this. This guy's gonna spend his capsule, but he couldn't because the blind obedience. So he's delaying of a turn. That's hilarious. But like these guys are just trading stuff, and I'm just sitting here with my full grip. There's no rush. The left player's upset because I don't feel threatened by the Eidolon or Rhetoric when I'm sitting here just playing 1 land a turn. Yeah, I'm in no rush. You, the guy with 10 mana, is in a huge rush, or the guy with 8 mana is in a rush. Obviously, you're the ones upset. For them, it makes sense why they want the Eidolon gone. But for me and the player on the right, it makes perfect sense why we don't care. Look at that, more removal. Not dedicated to my stuff. Unfortunately, I kept the best hand I could, and that just meant I am holding a bunch of haymakers. So my early game was just non-existent. If we were to be making old nursery rhyme metaphors, this is the hare and I'm the tortoise. Quite literally with my gameplay here. Just land go. Sometimes that's honestly the best you can do. And I know my friend that designed this list, he's traditionally a control player. And draw a go is his style. I can do that too. I don't do it often, but I can. And I have experience doing it. It's kind of fun playing someone else's deck. I don't have people that message me to play their deck specifically, and I didn't alter this at all. Um, damn. Hushbringer turns off 2 cards in my hand. I imagine that'll die to something too in the near future. Everything this guy in the right has done has been answered with fire. And the right player is really or the middle player is really upset about the cards the right player's done. Part of the game, man. Gotta let it go. But he seems to be in good spirit. He wants to build this deck in paper himself. It's pretty dope. Ooh, I can swap commanders with the Queen. That sounds kind of dope. And then not let anybody trade cards ever. Oh, it turns off my ETB trigger because of the Hushbringer. Almost made a grave mistake. Glad I didn't. Well, we'll do the traditional draw go strategy. The left player is equally as like annoyed, I guess. This feels so ridiculous. Me just doing. I've literally only played land so far. We're on turn 6. Well, he was first in the turn order, so I just had my turn 5. And the reason why it looks like I only have 4 lands in play is I played a bounce land, so I actually have 5 at my disposal. Next turn, I'll just play Sauron. He's pretty dope. Then people will have to deal with my my big ass army. Make me an army worthy of Mordor. Shrine of Burning Rage. I haven't seen this in a long time, but whenever he casts a red spell, he gets to put a charge counter on and cash in, and then he deals damage equal to charge counters on it to anybody. What are you going to shoot with that? And an Alhamrit's Archive. Ooh. He should activate the Queen now so he doesn't get double the draws. The right player should anyways. Yeah. Give you the thumbs up. Deny him extra cards so he doesn't break parity. But now the Queen player will have to think twice about activating the ability. Ooh. Dictate a Crufix? Not a fan of that with Alhamrit's Archive in play. I feel like the Coin player wouldn't have played this with having knowledge of the Alhamrit's Archive, so he probably has an answer for this. If I had to imagine. Yeah. I call being unassuming in Magic lying in the toolies. Look at this. This guy is just garnering all the hate. They're just swinging out over there when they can. I honestly like playing stacks. You should probably only do that with some like people you know, people that are very serious players, because like people make decisions based on emotions way too much, especially among strangers. I think in terms of like endgame, the player on the left's going to be an issue. They have so many permanents in play in comparison to anybody else. And then followed by the right player. Because I haven't shown anything to give him that knowledge that I'm going to be an issue down the road. But I hope I am. I hope my friend that built this deck, I played against it a bunch of times. I know what it can do. Maybe I'll be a contender in the very near future. Grand Arbiter Augustin. Hell yeah. We like that. So we, unless he's got a bounce spell with the triple blue, that our Homritz is looking like it's gonna stick. Yeah, Leyline. I hope I get another red source so I could play this Mizzium Mortars and sweep up all of this. Untapped red source magic gods. I have to be specific because I've asked for red sources and got them tapped in the past. Oh crap! Even if I got a red source, I couldn't cast it because the Grand Arbiter. Sholdred, huh? Another Edith effect that I can't get because of Hushbringer. I hate how expensive my spells are. I guess I'll play my vampire, because I can't play anything else. Be forced to discard something no matter what. Probably give it my Dragon Wings because I could get it back. I'm gonna recast something of 6 or greater mana value. It returns back to the battlefield attached to that creature, i.e. your commander, which has 6 CMC. Oh yeah, I don't got nothing. He can play Ashnod, sack his little bauble here, and blow up 2 creatures. I think that's what his plan is. He probably will take out the Grand Arbiter and the Harbinger, based on what they're saying in chat. That's the feeling I'm getting. Feels like these two are like of the same mind. They want to get out from underneath this. Let the hatred flow through. Oh, that's pretty sick. He turned his Polluted Delta into an artifact so you could get a copy of the sack trigger. That's awesome. So now he gets 2 lands instead of 1. Fun. Man, he's probably playing Mycosynth Lattice then. That's an application never considered. It's really cool. That's the beauty of playing Magic is you will see things that you never thought of before pretty often, especially in EDH. People play all kinds of wacky and weird stuff. Makes me want to play Astronaut, that's for sure. And do the same shit with the liquid metal torque. It's not even liquid metal. Oh no, it's liquid metal coating. Liquid metal torque is like the better, bigger brother version of this because it can tap for mana as well. This is the old school, the OG version of it. Typically, when I see the liquid metal cards, it's to abuse Mycosynth Lattice. They turn. No, what was it? Karn the Great Creator, or the original Karn, where you sink a colorless, turn an artifact into a creature. They will activate these artifacts to turn lands into an artifact. And since lands have 0 CMC, they'll animate it into a creature using Karn, and then it'll die due to state-based actions. And they just blow up people's lands. This coding, yeah, it's just this permanent, so that's still on the table. But torque, never mind. Ravenous Chupacabra, which is turned off by this Hushbringer. The sooner this guy pops this capsule, the happier I'll be. Yeah, or you just do the liquid metal coating and like the Karn where people can't activate their artifacts and just shut people out with a soft lock. He said this is a casual deck, the left player, so it makes me wonder if he's even running it, but I expect it. I don't know people's definitions of casual. I do wish that the Quain player would stop giving the left player cards. That's like not good for us with the archive. He's breaking parity with this, so he's seeing more than himself and the other me and the middle player. So that's not good for him to be doing dictate plus this. Bad idea. Yeah. He's pissed off and going at the player on the right when honestly you should be bringing that fire over here on the left player. He's seen he's seen a whole hand of cards more than the player in the middle. Yeah, it is a broad term. But like when you make a decision like this to attack the player on the right, it's definitely a casual table. I feel like the player on the left's gonna run away with this. Mark my words. I just have a feeling based on that one permanent he has in play, and the player in the middle playing with his emotions, and the player on the right not thinking long term. I don't think he's playing emotionally, but he's just doing things just to do them. Nice. He's playing Solemnity too, and the I imagine it's the combo where he plays Phyrexian Unlife as well. Maddening cacophony kicked. So now we mill half our libraries, round it up. Go down to 40. He goes down to 36. 40. Well, my Archpriest of Shadows gets a heck of a lot better. With all these cards to pick from. Unfortunately, it animates a creature, so there's not a lot non-ETB triggered kind of stuff where I could mess around with his board. Nivmis, it's pretty fun. Come on, land. Give me a land. Shit. This Grand Arbiter is messing me up pretty damn good. Well, in that case, I guess I'll just bring back Niv-Mizzet. Maybe I'll hit a land. Piss off this left player a little bit. I bet he asked me why I'm hitting him. I bet you. This seems fun. Just cheat out my Niv-Mizzet here. I might be able to shoot the Hushbringer out. The Aurelia is a little concerning. Yeah, let's give up on the board wipe plan and just... shoot this Hushbringer for some damage. So on cast, so I could bring back something with an ETB trigger with my reanimate. Seems fine. Psalm? Maybe? Seem to be missing land drops all of a sudden. Alright, so now my creatures are turned on again. For the amount I have in my hand. Honestly, I might steal this Grand Arbiter for myself and do it that way. Although Ashnod, it's pretty damn annoying too. It's hard to say. See how many basics I have left in my library now that I'm down to 36 cards. Four. And none of them is a mountain, so I can't get my... God. That's a bummer. So we'll get a swamp. No, I drew a Sulphurous Mire. Ah. I could have played that this turn. Shit. Because I haven't made a land drop this turn. God, these... Goddamn these tap lands. Right. Oliphant can go. Fortunately, the Sulphurous Mire can go. Probably the Consecrated Sphinx can go because I'm going to kill myself. If I have it in play with only 35 cards left in my library. People are arguing. The player on the right wants to give me a draw. Look at this chat. I'll move over. They're fighting over me. They want me to blow up the 3-1. Or at least the guy on the right wants me to. Yeah, DJ, the middle player, is not happy. And the right player is speaking for me, which I wouldn't agree with, but he's right. I have no problem with him. He can do whatever the hell he wants. He's honestly keeping the middle and left player under his thumb. I could care less about the right player. Yeah, man. Um, it's definitely a these two versus the right player kind of game, and I'm just here, just hanging out. I don't give a shit. I really don't care. Toxic Deluge. The fun is over. I had fun. I don't know about these guys. I'm starting to feel like this Alhammer's archive is like a godsend to this Quain player. It's like, oh, I mill people to death, and then I make him force draw. Oh, he draws double the cards, so he does double the speed. God damn it! Another tap land. Shit. All right. Uh, I don't care. We're gonna hit the guy with most cards. God damn, dude. These tap lands fucking suck. I hate them. Drives me nuts. Hey, I understand that this is a $1 deck on Moto, but I can't stand these. I've drawn some. That's talking to you, Neo. If you end up when you end up watching this, I want you to know how much I loathe tap lands again. It's been a factor. Of course, I want to use Solemn's ability. We go for broke in this house. Oh yeah, meltdown. I can sweep up all this bullshit on the left player's side. I hope he likes meltdown, because I'm gonna ruin his day. Bajuka Bog. He's exiling my graveyard. Oh, that sucks. My shoulder gets a lot worse. My ever after gets a little worse. Blood and snow gets worse. It's like, you did 2 damage to me. You're not helping us deal with the stacks player. I'm gonna exile your graveyard, you dirty, dirty man. How dare you do that to me? I think the only thing that tipped him off that maybe I'm doing a reanimation kind of strategy is my commander makes me discard my hand. I think it makes me discard my hand. Yeah, it does. I draw 4. And then, yeah. I played 1 reanimation piece, and that was like the telltale sign, I guess. Yeah, yeah. I love Dodgeball, man. I could watch that movie like on repeat for days on end, I'm sure. I'm still at 32 life, but I'm gonna make you regret it. 2 damage, you scum. How dare you do 2 damage to me and not help us with this stacks blue-white player. I drive an '84 Honda. If we're doing movies. Um, I imagine you don't know how I came up with the channel name or why I add movie clips. It's not just for a like a garner of interest piece. It's or memes. It has a more personal meaning to me. My I grew up watching a lot of movies when I was a kid, from the '80s, '70s, movies that my dad likes to watch. So in terms of movie buff kind of stuff, I'm the best man in your corner. If there's ever a trivia night just about movies and television, I will blow anybody out of the water. But I remember movie quotes easy. It's one of my like savant skills. Like I can remember what magic cards do by looking at them. I do the same thing with movies. All the movie like scenes I splice into my content, I've personally watched and seen myself, and I remember how to like add them into my videos. If you're curious about like how many pieces of asset, I save the like video clips. Um, this is every clip I've ever used in my content. I wish it showed a count, but it's in the hundreds. Because I typically add a clip every 3 minutes, and that helps keep people interested. And it's also not like overbearing in terms of jokes, and it doesn't distract people from the content too much. Yeah, thanks, man. My dad and I, that's like my favorite memory of my dad is watching movies with him. Sitting on the couch and watching movies. Oh shit. Psychic corrosion, not good. I am not the best colors for dealing with enchantments. Ugh, shit. Yeah. I like background noise too. My background noise is typically South Park. I like it much more than a fan. That's for sure. I wonder if this guy's got something in his graveyard to deal with enchantments. Because he has a Myrrh Retriever? Oh shit. Windfall. Well, I have a full grip of 10 cards in hand, so we will mill 20 cards each. Oh no! Excellent. Ugh. Shit. Well, it works in a stacks deck because if you place a bottleneck while giving people cards, it doesn't matter, and that's why it works in this deck. So he's forcing us to draw, and like he's been playing a lot of effects that only limit us to play one card a turn. So it doesn't matter that we draw multiple cards a turn. That's why he does it. So it makes a perfect sense in his deck. He made it unsymmetrical in the 99. Oh fuck! I drew 10. Yeah, I die here. I die on my next draw step. Shit! He mills me for 20, and I only have 18 cards left. So I die on upkeep. Oh god. Actually, I think we all die here. The middle player might be okay. He'll be close. He'll be on down to his like last 3 cards. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they could have. With all the information that I had, though, I did make the right decision. And even if I was like directing all my aggression towards the right player, it wouldn't have changed anything. He turned off a lot of my ETV triggers with that Hushbringer. The timing was just perfect. It's just how it shakes out. Just out of spite, blowing it up to help the dwarf player or the vehicle player. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. um, they were right for the wrong reasons. I will say that. I I was wrong for the wrong reasons. If that it's okay though. I don't mind losing. A funny game. Got to watch some interesting gameplay. If I had played with this player before and I had knowledge about this deck, like if he queues up in my next lobby, then I could play around this much better. But that is metagaming kind of talk here, and 90% of the time, or my philosophy in Magic is you should not know what you're playing against until the cards hit the table. Unless you're playing 60 card formats, that's a little more predictable. But in here, oh man, you don't know what you're going to get. You have no idea. We'll stick around because the game's really close to being over anyways. He's going to die on his draw step, and then we'll go to the middle player, and he's got 2 turns. He'll draw 2. Actually, he'll see 3 cards because of the Krufix and the... Oh no, he's got 2 turns because the Kami's dead now. The player on the right is saying it's random, but I just told you the reasons why it's not. He doesn't even know what he's doing over here, which is a little more insulting. He doesn't even know why Stacks works in Quain. He doesn't even know why. He just threw it in here to throw it in here. You fucking... That's what I call accidental, like, stumbling in the dark and, like, finding gold without a torch or a flashlight. He's just, like, swinging his pickaxe at the wall and, like, coming up to the surface and just happens to have a rock of value in hand. If you read the chat, he just said it's random. It's random. I don't know if that's true or not, or if he's just saying shit. Yeah, tripping into the wind for fucking sure. Only the tripping into the wind starts in deck construction for this guy, I guess. That's hilarious. I'm glad it works, and that it, like, what's sad is he doesn't know why it works. I wonder if he just copy and pasted a list then. I know why it works. It makes perfect sense why it works to me. What a funny dude. Been leaning left, and my camera is inversed, so I've actually been leaning into the text box. There you go. Now you can see how the guy has no idea why in chat. Just, it's a random deck. Classic. Yeah, that's Tropic Thunder, man. That's when Nick Nolte's sitting on the beach and he's like cleaning his 9mm. It's a 911. The other fun thing that my friends like to do is they like to essentially blindfold me, and they let me guess the movie based on the soundtrack in the beginning credits, and I'll guess the movie in 5 seconds. I know you can't tell because there's a delay in the chat, but it takes very little amount of time for me to reference whatever it is that you're dropping down for me. Perfect. Drawing cards. Exactly what you need. He's gonna kill himself purposely, I think. He's gonna play two, things that draw him cards just to get it out of the way. What about his misery? Going out on his own terms. And another vehicle bites the dust. Alright. Let's play another deck. We'll play my $300 upgraded list here. Can move this around. Oh yeah, it's called Spawn of Satan. So like referencing Ace Ventura. That's when he's in the cave and he pitches his medallion of protection to bats. Ooh, this is a pre-con deck. This lobby here. Maybe I should play one of my budget lists that I built. And I'll just record the deck tech later. Yeah, that sounds fine. I'll just seed the video out in different timings. I want to be fair. I don't think playing $300 in paper. You know what? It might be still fair because no, it's pre-con. It's pre-con. Definitely not. Yeah, the same movie. It's Nature Calls for sure. Ah, God. The rhino scene's one of the best ones. One of my favorite scenes from When Nature Calls is when the tribesman is standing at the top of the pole, and Jim Carrey's trying to knock him down by shooting spitballs at him in the face. Redeploy. We'll play this. Oh, the pre-con list lobby is full. There's another pre-con list open though. I quote that movie a bunch of times actually. There's a clip I use where when I built the Vihan, the treasure guy from Outlaws of Thunder Junction Commander decks, he looks like the Monopoly guy because he wears a monocle. Even though in Monopoly he doesn't actually wear a monocle, but it's like one of those Mandela effects where people think he does. And yeah, Ace punches the guy out and throws him over his shoulder like a piece of fur. The Monopoly guy. Or maybe I misremembered that. I remember that was a Mandela effect, though. No, he does wear a monocle. It seems like sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't. Like, if you look at this picture, he doesn't, but in this one, he does. And it's the same image. There's a Reddit post about it. Oh, yeah. You could tell the difference based on the artwork. The one on the left's definitely newer. Never had it originally, like I remembered, so I don't feel as bad. I'm not just spreading nonsense on the internet. Wow, this guy's a G. Playing Tevish Zat and not playing another partner, just straight up black. That's what I call not taking advantage of your advantages. He likes to play with a hand behind his back. Against Zul'Dok and Halana and Alena. I kind of want a dork. This hand ain't bad, but it ain't good either. Be playing very. I guess it's not too bad. I could ditch my Thorn Mammoth and get a different creature and cast it for 2 mana. And Fauna Shaman's really good in this deck. Yeah, we'll play it. I think it's worth keeping. Why? Is that like a. What the hell is it called? Is that a Columbus thing? The cornucopia? They just want to steer away from it? Although being PC is not like popular nowadays, so most companies don't give a shit about being PC. They're like for instance, I know Microsoft just recently dissolved their I wouldn't call it a PR team, but they're the guys that their DEI team, the diversity inclusion team, where they're trying to get people into play. Yeah, 6 is great. You pitch a land and you get to return a permanent to play. Hey, what's up, man? We're playing against DJ Wars again. I guess he's got a shitty hand this time around. I like replaying against folks on here. Get to really establish a connection with them. One forged in fire. Kind of like how we met. Oh, asking you shall receive. Drew into the ramp with Utopia Sprawl. That feels awesome. There is a god. Didn't register that I picked green. Had to click it multiple times. If you don't mind me asking, recommend, what do you do for work now? Obviously, messing with munitions civilian world has some narrow job opportunities. I imagine you had to change careers at some point. If you don't want to share, I understand. Just say that. It's a personal question. And it somewhat goes on the internet. Like, it won't be included in uh, the videos I parse out in the week, but in here, it'll be here forever. That's pretty chemical waste and storage before that. I used to wash dishes a long time ago. Burned the shit. That water is so fucking hot, man. Even with gloves on, that goes up to your elbows. You burn it's scalding hot, dude. In the room that you're in, it's also really hot. Let's see. I wasn't always going to be a medic. I wanted to originally be an architect. That changed, though, obviously. I did my time in the military, and, after 8 years as a medic, I didn't want to let those skills be the waste, and now I'm a nurse. I use that GI Bill, too, and I earned that shit. I'm not letting that go to waste, so I highly encourage every military individual to take advantage of the shit that they earned. Right now, I'm a nurse, if you didn't know that. Stayed in the same career. I'm not entirely passionate about it, if I was being honest. I am passionate about certain aspects about it. I think people should have access to healthcare at an affordable cost, and that gets lost in translation due to the bigger the hospital. So, my goal in life is to own my own wound care business where there is no middleman, there is no multiple employees, you just pay me. Granted, I'll be paid more than the average individual that works for a company, but it's ultimately less than what a patient would be paying an entire company to pay the salary of multiple employees. That's my dream setup. In terms of what I'm passionate about, that's one of them. I'm more passionate about the business side of medicine than I am actually performing medicine. Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a means than an end for me too, man. Money is a big driving part. I respect that. I'm the same way. Maybe I should attack first so I have a educated decision. They have 4/5 mana at their disposal. This guy has a lot more mana. Gonna attack the middle player for sure. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus, they have the Cabal Coffers and Urborg set up by natural. They tutored twice, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna bring them the fire if we can. And I drew Case of the Locked House. That's nice. In that case, we'll play that. That's much better than what I originally had intended. Although I could Fauna Shaman, get past the summoning sickness, so I can later answer these artifacts. Yeah, I kind of like that. Get my Tech of Slab Hammer. You won't find that on EDH Rec. What it does is whenever the equipped creature attacks, I get to return a land back to my hand to pitch to 6 so I could cast multiple things with it. I think the design of Ren is actually super cool. Just, I'm a planeswalker who can't survive on his own and has to form a symbiotic relationship with the tree to survive. But I'm powerful enough to hold the spark, if that makes any fucking sense. Yeah, real, real all powerful when you depend on an inanimate object to survive. I like the design of this deck a lot because I get to play haymakers in it. The idea I had was just reanimating a very scary creature and forcing people to deal with it over and over again until they can't. Something's happening. Oh. Tevin's that's pretty goddamn annoying because he is also a planeswalker that protects himself. He makes bodies and then he can draw a ton of cards off them with his other abilities. Well, ability. Yeah, I'm playing Scrib Ranger and the elf that you're thinking of. Scrib Ranger is actually a spirit. I don't. The insect that you're thinking of. Oh, the insect planeswalker. Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about the stuff that bounces things back to your hands that I'm actually running in this deck, but the Dryad planeswalker. Which one is that? I don't even know. I know the insect. You're thinking of Grist, but I don't know the Dryad one. It's one of those games where I wish I was running acidic slime, but I'm not. So this land combo is gonna stick for a bit. He's a tree folk, but that makes more sense why you thought so. They're pretty damn close. in terms of mythology, dryads are actually very similar to succubuses. They're very androgynous, and they'll have sex with anybody, and they survive by having sex with whatever, and they'll just drain their life force to survive. They're really fucked up creatures in mythology. Thorn Mammoth's nice too. Or sorry, Voice of Many is nice. I think I'll pitch the Voice of Many and play it with 6. I like that. Normally I would get like something that lets me play lands from my graveyard. Maybe I still do that. Yeah, it is the 6th tree that Ren has bonded to. Doesn't even bother naming him. Just gives him a fucking number. Oh, what's it called? I want Raminep Excavator. There we go. Well, I guess I'll attack Tempest that. Yeah. Nah. That's cool, man. Welcome, DJ. Thanks for playing games with me. You'll have to know what my hand is. Does it make you sweat a little bit? Time's going good, man. I stay up incredibly late on Thursdays because I have to transition to nights. I am a registered nurse and I work over the weekend, and I watch my kids during the day, during the week. So Thursday night is the night I stay up all night and stream, and then the content that I record from from tonight, I just parse out and I release fun videos throughout the week. And since I was already going to be up really late recording, I was like, maybe I should start streaming as well. And I've only been doing this. This is my 3rd week now. And I've never made content on a daily basis. But it actually feels quite comfortable. I release a video every day. And then the one day a week I don't release a video, I'm up here recording for all of you. Thanks, man. I keep trying. I'm in no rush. I'm very happy with how the channel's going. I focused more on myself in terms of improving the quality. Like right now, it doesn't look like much because it's uncut and unedited, but like if you watch any of my other stuff, I put a lot of work into this, and eventually I do believe I'll get there. I've been averaging around 100 subs a month. So by next month in August, I should hit 1,000 and start being able to collect ad revenue. You know, YouTube has a sweet deal. You get all these new folks that want to try YouTube, and then they basically get to advertise for free until they hit 1,000 subs. And that's just, I don't know how much money it is because most people lose interest or give up extremely early. And I've been doing this for, let's see, a year and a half now. I've stuck hard, tried and true. Yeah, I was also blown away that the Teversdat player is only playing Teversdat with no partner. He's like playing with a hand behind his back. It's pretty good. Refills his hand. I haven't seen a Decree of Pain in a long time. This art's pretty cool too. It's got Corona, her silhouette on the wall there. Sure. I appreciate you. I appreciate your honesty. Instead, you get to listen to me think about your hand. If that makes you feel better. The thought process of your opponent. In terms of like things that make me target people pretty damn hard, it's card advantage engines like Tever's that here. That makes me go pretty hard into the paint. I can't tolerate people that farm cards or people who see more cards than me. It's just it's like my spidey senses or my I'm like a red bull or a bull that only sees red. I'm not worried about you, DJ. I'm definitely more worried about the Pig Floyd player. I think I played against him in the past, but I've never seen him play Mono Teverzat before. Hey, Adkins. I actually built a budget list of this deck. I don't know if you're interested, but the way I play it is I use Erratic Portal and Trading Posts, and I loop an Infinity creature like the 7-drop specifically. There's 3 of them right now, and Metalwork Colossus, the Myrrh, and the weird Newt looking thing. And I just loop them with those 2 artifacts and get tons of Cascade triggers. That's the whole strategy. I don't know if that's what you're trying to do, but if you don't have erratic portal and trading posts, highly recommend it. My grandfather that's alive and well. Let's see. Mm, my grandfathers are both alive. Um, can't guarantee that they're well. They're old as shit. Yeah, at the time when Zoldyck came out, I I called it I built it better than WotC can for the cheaper price series, or I took the precons where they were selling for like double or triple like MSRP, and I built them for like $50 cheaper, and it blows them out of the water. Like if you paired them up 1-on-1 against any of them, uh, the version I built would just wreck them. Oh, play 6 again. I have one grandfather. He is 89 years old, and he has gallbladder cancer, but he's so old that uh, doing a surgery on him would be more detrimental than helpful. So he's more likely to die from old age before that gets him. And then I have another grandfather with the worst knees on the planet, and he's also 86. Very fortunate that he's still alive. Both of them, for that matter. Both of my wife's grandparents, they both passed away. And that's... Oh, did I forget to play land? I think I did. I drew wild growth. Oh well. Have more fodder to pitch to 6 here. Yeah. You can do it though. It's okay. You might not know this, Adkins, but I am a nurse. We're not meant to live forever, unfortunately. And I was a medic in the military for 8 years, so I'm very familiar with uh, the longevity of our lives. And I know both my grandparents are happy, and if they died tomorrow, they would have lived very satisfying experiences. And that's good enough for me personally. Now, if you ask any of my other brothers, they probably wouldn't understand because they just haven't had the same experiences that I had. I wouldn't say I'm jaded. I'm just, what do you call it? Sensitized? Maybe that's better. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, I would like my grave to be, several plots wide. Or put me in an urn that's like a couple of sizes too big so you could fit my wife's in there with me. Maybe my kids. That'd be kind of weird. I don't know if my kids would agree to that because obviously, maybe I could just have a giant communal jar, and everyone in my family gets thrown in there. and the most recent living individual is responsible for making sure the jar is big enough for all of us. That'd be good enough for me. Ooh, Yawgmoth feels pretty good. At least Dark Writ is gonna come up again. Vampiric well, both these tutors. This man's tutored his library a total of 4 times already. He's probably gonna close out the game with that. He doesn't need the board wipes, man. He's just gonna get the things he needs to win. He's got all the mana in the world at this point. He tutors twice. He probably gets a 2-card combo, like Sanguine Bond kind of stuff. This is what I deal with on a regular basis, though, on the channel. Is I show up with my budget decks, and this happens. It's okay. It's not very casual, but it's expected. I wish I could have shown off what this deck can do a little bit more. If he puts us out of his misery, I wouldn't mind. There's plenty of games. We shuffle up and play another one. I usually make when I play casual lobbies or I make a lobby that's casual. I only bring my budget decks in here, the ones that I recommend people to play. They're pretty darn competitive, despite that, or at least the best they can. We lost Adkins, my main man. That's alright. It's the writing's on the wall. I'm sure he just puts us down here. Sometimes I play combos. If it's within the budget and it fits the theme of the deck and like the archetype, it's okay. It's much harder to form on a budget because most tutors are incredibly expensive. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's pretty tough to beat. We're pretty much empty-handed at this point. He keeps us out of the game. And he could down take Liliana's, make a sack, whatever. I wonder if he tutored for that, because he could have just tutored the Liliana that drains us for life whenever the one that has Spellcraft or Magecraft, and got Chain of Vapor and killed us that way, instead of doing Dreadhorde General shenanigans. And he has the mana to do it, because Jet Medallions reduces Chain of Vapor by 1. The other Liliana is the same CMC. Cool. Let's see. I wish my Thorn Mammoth hit Planeswalkers. That'd be nice. And now, if I blow up any of these tokens, he draws more cards. My other guy's not impactful enough. No matter what I play, it's a bad move. I guess I cast Ren out of the off chance that he doesn't downtick. And it's a resource that I don't necessarily lose. I'll always have access to it. Yeah, it doesn't look too good for me either. I'm just drawing to draw here. With the hand disparage difference and like the tools he has access to. Shieldred. Alright. We can look at the list, see what I got. I'm only drawing one card a turn, so it's gonna be a bit. I do have Song of the Dryads, but that only lets me deal with one issue, not both the Dreadhorde General and Tefferstat. Oh, jeez. I'm just trying to determine if this is a position that's worthy of scooping right now. And playing to my outs, if it's worth it. Not seeing anything in my current list that would warrant it. I could draw Apex Altasaur and kill off all of this, but then he draws off of all this at the same time, and I can only do 2 damage. Hmm. Yeah, the tempo, I'm super far behind, you're right. And I could deal with one thing, but not 2 things. I think it's worthy of surrendering here. 2, 4, 6. I don't even kill everything if I draw Apex Altasaur. But Butter noodles and gravy, bastard. Come on. Yeah. I I made jambalaya tonight. Dude, it's so easy, but like you could like Zatarans is good too, but like making it your own adds like a little something extra to it and it's still easy to do. This guy he is pub stomping us, that's for sure. And I did not draw an answer, so I'll just surrender. There's nothing I could possibly do from this position to change anything. Normally I play to my outs, but I've looked at the outs and it's not gonna happen. It's not. Ooh, handmade meatballs and gravy. There's actually I have a family recipe where um, Swedish meatballs, and that's handmade too. I don't know if you like white gravy. I imagine that's what you're using too if you're doing buttered noodles and stuff. Or if you're. Alright, let's get that out of the way. What kind of colored gravy are you using over there? Oh, yeah. This is a public thing. I could gander what you're saying. I curse on here too. Uh, the uncut, yeah, like it obviously gets unfiltered, but the nice. Do you use like the leftover bits and pieces from the meatballs, or do you use like packets? Either is fine, but like I love it when you can like on Thanksgiving. I usually use like the gizzard and the neck for making the gravy. Do you do that kind of stuff? Like leftovers. That's okay. Um, time is a factor for everybody, man. We don't got enough of it. Oh, what was the deck I want to play next? Oh yeah, Ulamog. I built a challenge deck for myself because Ulamog the Defiler is $35, and to keep it under $100, I had to make sure the average of every card in that deck is 65 cents or less in paper. I don't know if it's still functional, but I'm gonna give it a try. It's more so for the folks that, opened a Defiler in their packs and are like, I want to build a deck, but I don't have a lot of money to do it, and I just got lucky with the thing I got. I think that this is the kind of person I appeal to. Under 100, that's what I called it. Yeah, yeah. It's very different playing on Moto because I build with the restriction on myself that in paper it's less than $100. That's traditionally what I play, and sometimes I play more than that. Sometimes I play CDH, but most of the time it's their budget decks for $100 or less, and it does not translate well to Moto because you could obviously build decks for a heck of a lot cheaper for more. I played a friend's deck in our first game that you and I played with tonight, where I was playing Sauron. That's a one ticket deck. but it's $1,300 in paper. Smile pretty. That's a cool little portrait. I don't know if I've ever seen it. Do you know what that is? I've never seen that portrait before. Kind of want to look at GoatBots. If you don't use GoatBots to buy cards, oh, it's Liberty Prime. I didn't know they had that on here. It came out in the Fallout set, so I'm surprised that they have a portrait for it. Because the Fallout set hasn't been released on Moto yet. That's why it's kind of shocking. But I think you're right. I think it is Liberty Prime. Yeah, it totally is, man. I wonder how they got that. Maybe I'll just ask him in the chat. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Definitely gonna mulligan this again. This is an awful hand. Went from bad to worse. If I had one more land, I'd play this. I have a rock and card advantage. Ugh. My curve is really low in this list too. It's like 1.95. So I should be drawing it up a little bit better than this. There we go. I'll take it. A little land heavy. I'll just give this up. A little land. Playing against Gishath, Alana, and Alina again, and Giada. Playing against DJ Wars again. We kind of had a we got pub stomped. Wasn't really a great game to showcase anything, but it's a game nonetheless. I can't re-record things. I don't got a lot of time on my hands, so we just gotta live with what I get. Definitely gonna pitch a land if I get one off the top. It's not good either. Honestly, I'd rather. Yeah, it wasn't a game. It wasn't. I agree. It wasn't. That's me being generous. Because I only have really the opportunity to record once a night. Um, whatever game I record, win or lose, that's what gets posted. And it kind of sets a good tone. Like, I don't want people to think I win every game. Um, I win a fair amount, but not too terribly much either. And that's with playing on a budget. Imagine what I could do if I wasn't. But like I talked about last week, is the reason why I'm so okay and casual about it is I've won plenty of games in my lifetime. I don't need to win more. No, I don't. I did play against Fish Said Fish 2 days ago and actually beat him. And I wasn't playing a budget deck, unfortunately. I was playing one of my dedicated rotation kind of decks. I beat him with Arjun. And I was like, oh, this guy's a celebrity. It's cool. I never bumped into him before. I like Commander Replay. I think he's got a solid personality. I haven't watched his stuff in a long time because I've been so busy producing my own, which is unfortunate. I think he's got a good personality. I think he has a very particular play style, which is Boros, and there's not a lot of variety in his life. I don't know how one could do that for as long as he has. I can't play one deck back to back in a row, let alone play one color combination for as long as that man has. Really? You played with him in the past? I That was my first time playing with Fish Said Fish. I know he's a subscriber of his and a Patreon, so like he's always featured in Commander Replay's videos. But that's all I really know about the guy. Holy shit! Yeah, that's a good impression. You probably know him, but well, you definitely know him better than I do at the very least. Hmm, I could see it. Um, it's one of those like don't meet your heroes kind of experiences. I think people can wax and wane again with like personality. People have bad days and they have good ones. Um, but 20 games, you could probably get a decent judge of character. Sure. Um, I met. If we're gonna be talking about like celebrity figureheads, uh, celebrities in Magic. I forget her name, but she's featured on the Command Zone a lot, and I've met her in person at conventions multiple times, and they were not good. I was super disappointed. God, pinging people, no. Oh no. I kind of want to look up the person that I met at Command Fest these last 2 years that I was really disappointed in. Let me look up the people who attended. It's sad because she's been on the command zone multiple times, and I should know her name, but I'm awful. I don't remember names that well. She's the one with like red hair and has the white streak in it, like Rogue from the X-Men. So this got a nice start. Giada into Righteous Valkyrie. Just needs to be at 47 life, and he gets a pretty sweet anthem effect. Attacking me. That's fair. I am playing the Ulamog deck that's going to make him sacrifice a bunch of stuff, hopefully eventually. Something that I designed. Yeah. That's fair too. I am a man who edits his own videos. I don't pay other people to do that for me. I wish I made enough money to do that. That would make my life a lot easier. In terms of like retaining identity, though, I think it's important to give your subscribers what you've been doing, because that's what made them want to watch your videos in the first place. So you need this, you know, balance. You need to give people what they want, and at the same time garner to new folks. And it could be hard, and I think they went for the latter. This individual, I met Olivia in person. So because it was a one-time experience, I don't know if it's true in terms of like that's how they are all the time. It could have been just a tiring day, and I just happened to be at like the wrong place at the wrong time. But it was midday. It was somewhere around noon, and I brought my commander cube to the convention, and I was yelling up and down the tables, you know, hey, who wants to play my commander cube? And she was one of the people that said they wanted to participate, and she was in the middle of a commander game herself. And I was like, sure, we can hold up for you. Oh, yeah. Well, if you stick around, I don't know how late you're going to be up tonight. I could show you what it's like. Give you some pointers. Anyways, the story about Olivia makes me wait like an hour, and there's a couple of other people that want to participate. They know that Olivia wants to also play, and their game wraps up, and like, all right, we're ready for you. And then she's like, sorry, we have to go. And yeah, I'll be up all night tonight too. She goes, I gotta go, so, and then doesn't say any, no apology, no nothing. Yeah, I have a commander cube. I actually have the list on Cube Cobra if you want it. I just updated it. It's up to date with Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Yeah, made me and several other people sit around and wait for an hour for her to play the game with us. and then just takes off. I didn't get an apology from her. If she did say she was sorry, I didn't hear it. Yeah, just strung us along for like an hour. And who knows, maybe she pre-registered for an event that she had to attend. But like, I don't know. You could have given some kind of warning. In my mind, that's what comes across. Is this a board wipe? Feels like a board wipe. No. Oh. I was hopeful. You got my hopes up, DJ. But Alana makes sense too. You had exactly the right amount of mana for it. So I should have expected, actually. I have removal in my hand, but it's not good enough to answer a 3/7 or a 6/10. I don't know. I don't know why I thought it could be. Ugh. 15 or more life. He's pretty close. He could kill someone with this Angel of Destiny. It might be me. He's been beating on me for a while now. If not me, he's going to beat on the dinosaur player. And then I'll be a close second or in that equation, I'm sure. Monster Manual. Gets cheat stuff into play for 2. Alright, let's put a storage counter on. Alright, let's poke the bear and piss the man off over there. I ain't doing the guy in first place any favors, that's for sure. Does this have lifelink? Okay, it doesn't. Still pretty damn scary. Non-artifact spells? I thought I could only cast... Shit, my Palladiumer... It's a lot worse. Should have left my Mage Right network up. I thought it was a Power Stone effect where you could only... Oh no, I should be able to cast this. Yeah, okay. I almost went through my turn. Almost did a double negative. We're good. You saved me. It doesn't matter. There's no way he doesn't kick my ass right here. Jesus. He can shoot my Palladiumer, but at that point he could just kill me and I'll die to natural causes. You'll probably use that sword trigger to kill off one of your things in the process. God, that's 16 freaking damage. He does it twice, so he could actually hit me for 20 because of the double strike and sword triggers. Yeah, that's alright. Yeah, I die on end step now. Shit. Well, good luck. It might be a quick one. I like how he never answered me how he got the little icon either. He's a very serious man. He's a very serious mono white player. That sounds like a Donald Trump joke in the making right there. I'm Republican, but I'm also not a Donald Trump fan. I honestly think him getting the top part of his ear shot off is probably the best thing that could have happened to him in his election. Like, it probably did him more favors, as life alarming as it was. This is actually the fourth game I've lost to Mono White within the last 2 months. Mono White is not a joke. I've lost to Mono White so many times now. So often and so few that I've actually dedicated them to memory. I've lost to a flash. I've lost to 2 Mono White flash decks, and then I've lost to this deck, and then I lost to I lost to Avacyn last week. I've only actually developed an interest in politics because of my time out of the military. I'm only interested in fixing a lot of issues that we as military folks have to deal with. Me and let's see. Me and Recommend, we have some, I guess, growing pains to share with the world that not everybody knows. Like, it's assumed, but I feel like it's worse than it actually is. Like, took me 2 years to fully adjust. And, like, I think I came out the other end alright, but, like, it was a lot of goddamn work. Way harder than it probably should have. Like, as a medic, it bothers me personally that my transition to becoming a nurse was as painful as it was. Like, none of my experience accounted for anything. None of that education I went through accounted for anything. I literally had to start from scratch and get my degree. I busted my ass to get it. But I'm like literally 10 years more knowledgeable than any other, student going to nursing school because I did it for 8 years. and I have 8 years of experience doing it. It wasn't worth it. Oh, and that's the game. Guess we're moving on to another one. Let's see. Let's see. I played mono green. Played the colorless deck. I played the 1 Tix deck. So that leaves me with the $300 upgraded Azlask list. Your internet might not be the best, but you're not missing out much. That guy killed us. This is actually a subscriber request. They wanted to see a $300 paper version of this list that was very popular. I was very happy to catch a break. Every now and then on here, I get a nice break in terms of catching people's interest. That was probably one of my bigger ones. 9,000 people saw this list, the original one. And this is my $100 version of the deck. Hopefully I deliver with the upgrade. I told people that you want the token generators and you want the tutors and counter magic. And I'm practicing what I preach. That's what's been put into this list. Oh yeah, I was gonna pass the time with looking at updating my wish list for Bloom Barrow. All right. Good night. I hope things go well with your girlfriend. Um, as a married man, I don't know. I wish you the best of luck. I hope the opposite of the worst happens for you. I hope uh, you score a touchdown, whatever the equivalent of that is. I don't want to say, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what a touchdown is. I hope you get there. Oh shit. Yeah. Sounds expensive and a pain in the ass. Especially if there's legal involvement, then it sounds very miserable. Later, dude. Good luck. Just updating the wish list as time passes. I'll never actually buy these cards for this price, but they're more so just placeholders for the time being. Might not be the best time to look because you have stuff out of stock. Playing hardball. Firing up. Firing up. All right. Hmm. 2 lands. Felwar Stone. Looks great. Lots of card advantage. Got Night's Whisper and Painful Truce. Goes like the Butcher. Goes Shintai. And Dakin. I haven't played against Dakon in a long time. Tap land out of the way. If I play it. It's a little long delay there. Damn. This Judge's Familiar is going to make me pay 3 mana for my Night's Whisper. Great Armancy is pretty strong. Gets to make sure stuff never can be targeted. The Great Armancy is really great in Goshintai because he's playing a Shrines deck, which are enchantments. He's running at least 21 different shrines. I guess 22 counting Goshintai. It's the max number you could possibly have in the deck. Honestly, that's actually a good number in terms of synergy wise. They all want more shrines in play. So 20 to 30, that's a good number for synergistic pieces. And they all do different things too. This guy might have fallen asleep at his computer. We're only 4 minutes in the game and he's letting his clock wind down already. Really? Well, on Blossoms, good. He wants enchantresses so he could draw off of his shrines. Hmm. He says he's not used to the client, but I played a game with him at least once tonight, and he kicked our ass. Oh, I haven't seen that sorcery in a long time. Dust to Dust, he exiled Soul Ring and Arcane Signet. Pretty darn good. That does tap for black. Hmm. There we go. Man. Ooh, Defense of the Heart's so good. I'm actually really close to doing something here. I could play a mill or Defense of the Heart next turn. A mill is part of my combo of making infinite spawns. I just use the flicker ability over and over again. But what would I tutor for defense? It's definitely one of my token generators. And then I suppose I get one of my cost reduction, or I get something that makes multiple token copies. Like in terms of explosiveness, I feel like Ojer plus a token generator are the biggest that I can get in terms of value. More enchantresses. That's not bad. Thieving Magpies. Is this a bird deck? With Dakon. No one just plays Thieving Magpie to play Thieving Magpie. If it is a bird deck, it doesn't make sense to make Dakon the commander. It's just so rare to see both of these in one sitting. Even among like 4 players, if they were spread out, it would have been weird that they were both in play. Almost like Fate. It's good. I wonder why he needs an exotic orchard in his colorless deck. Seems weird. Paradise Mantle? Ocean Tide. Draws 2 cards. Cast trigger and a ETB trigger. I wonder if he has a path in his hand. He has 1 mana at his disposal. I could actually make infinite tokens this coming turn. Defensive Heart will trigger. I get my token generator. And probably my Ojer, since it triples my tokens. I can cast the mill same turn as I cast my commander. And I loop... I loop my Eldrazi generator over and over again. Granted, I don't have haste, so I can't finish people off the turn I set it up. I'll be very much telegraphing that I have lethal on board. But we're going to try. They're gonna be weirded out by the Eldrazi I choose, that's for sure. I make 9 Eldrazi Scions. Okay, let's have some fun. I have to minimally have a meal in play. Now I make infinite tokens. I don't need to play my commander. There's no rush. I can leave my mana up for counter magic and just make all the tokens I need on his turn. Yeah, I like that. Hey, what's up, man? This is my $300 Eldrazi deck. You want to see what I could do with the $300 increase? This is it. I've assembled the setup. You got on at the right time. I was getting a little tired. I won't lie. I didn't sleep well last night. Yeah, I did make the infinite combo. I make 9 Eldrazi Scion tokens every time I flicker Brood Monitor. He played the Ugin, so he's gonna try and blow this up. Got 2 more people to deal with. Jace is asking. The player on the left was asking not to kill him, but I'll do that for everybody here. What? Yeah, I played 6 already. I've been getting pub stomped tonight, playing against a lot of people not playing. They're playing very competitive lists, and I was bringing my budget list. But that's the whole point of playing these lists, is trying to put up a fight. And sometimes the nights are good, sometimes they're not. Tonight's just not my night. Made the right play surrender. Made the left player surrender. Now it's a 101 game. This will be the only game I win tonight, and it's my $300 deck versus the other. I played 2 $100 decks, and then I played a 1-tix deck tonight, where you could literally build the deck on Moto for $1. But the previous 3 games I lost already, unfortunately. Might get to finish strong. I haven't done deck techs because I needed something to keep me awake, and playing games was better. He needs a board wipe. This might be okay. I can't answer it. I can't imagine what he could possibly get. It could be an O-ring effect. Yeah, I'm in the USA. I live in Washington State, so I'm Pacific time. It's currently 4 a.m. where I'm at. You got Sanctum of All, which isn't fast enough. And I'm going to demonstrate the loop. Just make infinite scions. Go to... I won't make all of them, but I'll make enough to make him sack his whole board. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, surrendered. I was actually going to go over the text for 6 and the text for the Ulamog list, because I haven't done that yet, recording-wise. You could hear about the thoughts and design of those cards, or those decks. Yeah, that would have been the best thing he could have possibly got with that epic and sorcery spell. But I don't think enough people run it. I run it in my decks. It's a 3 mana board wipe, and it's incredibly effective. And it's phasing, so like you don't have to deal with the ETB trigger stuff that's going on. I won that pretty handily. It was turn 6 or 7. You're definitely going to get your money's worth out of the $300 upgrade, that's for sure. We could talk about... What do you want to talk about? I could talk about the colorless deck first, or I could talk about the 6 deck. Since you're asking about 6, I imagine you want me to talk about 6. Okay. I'll put this over here. That was probably one of the fastest games I've ever played. Not just tonight, but just in general. Let's see. Okay, so 6 is cool in that, like his Planeswalker Ren version, there is an ultimate ability. I don't know which one in particular it is, but he gives spells retrace, essentially. And then in this scenario, you have it on a body from the command zone. Yeah, it does have a little delay. It's alright. I'll backtrack. I could recall what we were talking about. But the nice thing about him is you don't have to attack with him. You always have the static ability to pitch a land to recast a permanent from your graveyard. Normally, retrace is associated with instants and sorceries, like one-off effects, but not permanents, so it's nice that it's given. He's also really great in that he has a mill trigger on him, and then it lets you get your lands back that you pitch to cast stuff from your graveyard. Because you care about graveyard shenanigans, I have all the stuff in here that's 2 mana that pitches 4 or more cards to your graveyard, because essentially it acts like card advantage since you can consistently have access to your graveyard. So, like, a 2 mana C4 cards is incredible in this list, like Mulch, Commune with the Gods, Malevolent Rumble, Winding Way. Satyr Wayfinder is another one. Basically, you're investing 1 mana to see 2 cards, and that's incredibly good at that given rate. Let's organize this actually by a more... let's see, mana value. I think it's better. For the 1-drops, we have Groundskeeper. He's actually a really nice synergy piece. He lets you buy back the lands that you pitch to your graveyard and return to your hand. These are just dorks and things to smooth out your early to mid game. Spore Frog, it's incredibly annoying and very mana efficient for 1 mana to fog your opponent's damage that would be dealt to you, and you just it's the more taxing part is ditching the land, but not the cost of recasting him. If you have more lands in hand, you could probably cast multiple spells from your hand. Carrion Ranger, this is another synergy piece. Lets you return a forest you control to your hand to untap a target creature. You don't necessarily care about untapping creatures, but the forest being bounced from play to hand is what you desire. Lets you cast more stuff from your graveyard. Circle of the Land Druid. This is another one of your 2 mana investment mill 4 cards. Only when he dies, you get to return a land from your graveyard to your hand, so you get to do the thing even more of retracing your stuff. Seal of Primordium. It's a nice recurable permanent type. You could sack it to destroy any target artifact or enchantment. Lignify. Neuters someone's commander because it loses all abilities. And as long as no one feels the urge to undo the band-aid that you've put on the dam that's about to break, it should stick around for a long time because it's a 0-4. They're not going to be doing any damage with the 0-4. The only thing they're going to be doing is blocking damage, but the only time that could be relevant is like when the other three players are dead and they have no one else to attack. That's the only time they'd probably attack into this. Evolutionary Leap, it's nice card advantage and fuels up your graveyard for your 6 targets. I'm also running the other neutering effects, like, let's see, Kenner's Transformation and the new guy from MH3. The one with Bestow, I think he's a 3-drop actually. Trickster Zelk. I've never personally played this, but it's just a strictly fun version of Kenner's Transformation because in the event that the creature you're enchanting with this dies, it comes back to play under your control as a 3/3. So there's like zero downside to playing this thing. It's really awesome. Never played it before personally, but I think it's a staple in green as a removal. It's dirt cheap. It's 10 cents, man. Right up your alley. Trickster's Elk is the name. Emerald Medallion, because these are now budget friendly, $1.50. All the medallions are now under $2, so there's almost no reason not to be playing them in your 1 to 2 color decks. Gaia's Touch, a lot of the you may play additional land effects are now getting expensive. This is the cheapest one now for $1.50. It specifically cares about forests, but you're playing 30 forests, so not a drawback. And then you have some extra reach by being able to sack it for double green. Fauna Shellman. This lets you pitch a creature to search your library for a creature, and then it's nice with 6 because you just recast it from your graveyard. The thing you pitch with Fauna Shaman. No skin off your bones. Aftermath Analysis. This lets you re-ramp your board. On ETB, mill 3, and then for 4 mana, acts like a Splendid Reclamation, gets all your lands from your graveyard back to play. I actually have a couple of these effects. I think there's actually 4 in the deck that return everything that you would normally discard for 6's ability, and then you could just hard cast stuff from your hand instead of from your graveyard. It's nice. Life from a Loam. You should always replace your draw step with the dredge trigger on this. It does 2 things that you want. It keeps your hand full of lands, so you could cast things from your graveyard, and it fuels up your graveyard for targets for 6 to cast. This is your A-lister. It's worth every penny of $7. It's one of the most expensive cards in the deck that I didn't skimp on because of how powerful it is in here. Yavimaya Elder. I haven't played this guy in a long time. He's 5 cents. Normally when you like ramp and tutor for lands, you want it to go into play, but in this scenario, you want them in your hand for casting stuff from your graveyard, and Yavimaya Elder does that perfectly. It lets you search for 2 lands to put it in your hand on ETB, and then you could sack them for 2 to draw a card. So you could do it again with 6 later. It's like an endless loop almost. You uh, sack him for 2, get 2 lands back with an ETB trigger. What's not to love? Rex Sage, deal with enchantments and artifacts. Champion of Lambholt. This is just a nice value creature. An idea I had for this deck is I call it redeploy, because all you want to be doing is redeploying threats. Very effective threats that are scary on their own. So I try to include as many of these kinds of creatures that could just carry your game on their backs. If someone should kill it, No big deal. You just replay it, redeploy it, let your opponents sweat over it. You have more lands in your deck than your opponents have removal combined, probably. Rampant Fragrantua gets +10/+10 for each player who has lost the game. So the fewer players there are, the bigger this sucker gets. And when it deals combat damage to a player, you may mill that many cards. Put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped. That sounds like a dream come true in this deck. Yeah, super accelerating, and it has trample, so even if one person's dead, that is scary. I would say it's more scary for you when there's 3 people dead. Then you'd be really concerned about attacking with this thing. Maybe one and done, because then you'll have only like 20 cards left in your library. If you live that long. Dungrove Elder scales with the number of forests you have in play. It has hexproof too, so it forces people to trade with a 3-drop creature, and no one wants to do that. Tali's Provisioner, just easy pickings. Get your mana, 77 cents. I never pick food with this thing. I don't know who does. Maybe the decks that are playing food decks would do that, but I think everyone just picks treasure pretty consistently. Ewit, because it's a nice body to recur. Because Ewit lets you get any card, you could use this to get your instants and sorceries, your non-permanent effects that your 6 can't get. Could be relevant. Menagorgia Hydra, this is one of your threats that your opponents have to deal with eventually, and it scales up really fast, really big, really quick. I like it more than Dungrove Elder because it has trample. Ramanek Excavator, you're pitching land, so you're going to be missing land drops. Unless you have a way to get lands from your graveyard, so you're going to be playing a lot of these kind of effects. I got Ramanek Excavator in here for you. I have Titanium, Nature's Force, which is also another one of those cards I didn't skimp out on. It's $9, represents a good chunk of your budget. But what it does is it lets you play forest from your graveyard, and whenever a forest enters the battlefield under your control, you make a 5/3 elemental. And then whenever an elemental you control dies, it mills 3. So everything about this card from top to bottom is a wet dream for this deck. It's one of those things that you just can't not include. It's worth every penny. What else? Perennial Behemoth lets you play lands from your graveyard, and so does Conduit of Worlds. Sylvan Awakening? Yeah, I imagine so. Unfortunately. It's part of the the Brothers War Commander decks. So I don't know, getting it piecemeal is hard because you have to pay a lot for shipping. I bet it might be just better to buy it wholesale as the deck and just pick it apart. Whatever's easier for you to find. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. You can't even get Titania in booster. You can get it in collectors, but I feel like that's even more expensive for you. Can't even get it in regular collector boxes, unfortunately. Let's see, Sylvan Awakening. This is one of your endgame spells. You just windmill slam this, and hopefully you have a ton of lands in play, and you just kill people with a bunch of 2/2s. Yeah, well, you could get this in the commander decks or the collector boxes. That's it. You get the stretched like horizontal version from collectors, or you get the regular version in the deck. Or you bite the bullet and you buy it and have it shipped to you, like as a single. Which honestly might be cheaper than just cracking packs. Voice the menu, draw you cards. Same with Harmonize. World Shaper, this is one of your return all your lands effects, only he himself also has a mill trigger with attack. Your opponents will probably let this hit them until the cows come home. They probably won't block this until they absolutely have to. Which is the downside of World Shaper, because 3 damage is kind of like a drop in the bucket in Commander. Maybe when someone has a bigger thing, this might be more effective as a blocker in deterring aggro at a certain point. But the mill trigger is still desirable. So either way, you'll be getting something out of it in the whatever position you're in. Splendid Luck Wreck to get all your lands back. Case of the Locked Hothouse. This lets you play additional lands per turn. It's one of the cheaper ones out there. And then if you have 7 or more lands, you get a future side effect where you can cast land. Or sorry, you can't really cast lands, but you know what I mean. You can play lands, you can cast creatures and enchantment spells. There are 39 creatures, so and 12 enchantments. That'll go a pretty long distance. On top of the 33 lands, that represents, let's see, 72, 84% of your deck is everything that bottom case hits. Pretty useful. Dauntless Doorbark. This is one of your better threats that you could bring back from your graveyard. His power and toughness is equal to the number of forests you control, and then he has trample as long as you control another tree folk, i.e. you're 6. He's also a tree folk. Defense of the Heart. It's a budget-esque friendly tutor. It's one of the best in the game. I would use this to either get your Titania and Ram. Well, you won't need Ramming Up in the event of Titania. I would get one of your other house cards like Dauntless Doorbark or Rumbleweed to close out games. Stuff like that. Mending and Dominaria. This is another return all your lands from your graveyard to play. It's 13 cents. It also mills on the first 2 chapters and could put creatures back from your graveyard into your hand. And it doesn't have to be part of the cards you mill. It just has to be in your graveyard. So if you're low on lands in hand, you could circumvent that and hard cast stuff. Arn Frostfang for card draw. Nissa the Vital Force. She's really easy to ult. You uptick once, you turn a land into a blocker for a whole revolution of the table, and then -6, you now cantrip off your lands. It's a dream come true. Nisu Shakes the World. This makes it so your forest tap for double. It's also great. Also turns your lands into bodies. What you do is you tap the land down for double green, and then you use your +1 to untap the land that's tapped to protect your stuff. And then for his -8, lands a controller indestructible. And then you get to search for any number of forests and put them into play. Tapped. Considering you're running 30 forests, that's a very scary -8 ability. Rampaging Baloth, making significant tokens with its landfall token. Multani Amaya's avatar kind of does multiple duties where she scales off of lands both in your graveyard and in play, and then she also for 2 mana returns 2 lands from play to your hand to return her also to your hand. So you does a lot of work in terms of fueling 6 for both casting stuff from your graveyard and maintaining a scary thing for your opponents to deal with. Primal Crux. I've actually never got the opportunity to feature this on Commander. This is one of your scary redeployable threats. For Hextuple Green, his power and toughness is equal to the number of green symbols among permanents you control. It also has trample, so it's a scary, evasive body, and you just bring it back over and over again for your opponents to deal with. Thorn Mammoth, this is a removal piece. Reusable removal. Avenger Zendikar, an oldie and a goodie. Maybe this is a defensive heart, trigger target. Make a bunch of plants. Play a bunch of lands. Soup them up. Azuri's Predation, there's not a lot of board wipes in green. So Azuri's Predation will clean up all your opponent's stuff. Yeah. I have been playing since 10th edition. This Morningtide Shadowmoor came out the set after I started playing Magic, and imagine the wow factor of seeing that and just like having this stuck in my brain and never having like an opportunity to play it, and now I do. It's quite exciting. That is something you won't see on EDH Rec, that's for sure. That, like, because of the theme of just playing big bodies for your opponents to deal with, you don't like see that in EDH that often, where you're just playing haymakers that scale even bigger. I love playing decks like these because of how rare of an opportunity I get to play it. Apex Altasor, this is your second board wipe. ETB, you fight something and it has an enrage trigger, so you do it over and over again until either all your opponent's stuff is dead or your Apex dies. Piece of advice when playing Apex is you save the biggest creature for last, because damage will stick. So, like, say there is a 10 toughness creature with 10 power opposite of Apex, save that for last, so you get the maximum value. You shoot things, or you fight things until you do close to 10 damage, so it survives to the max duration. If you get up to 9 damage to this, that is when you cash in and destroy the biggest thing possible to maximize your value. Because you're doing 10 damage over and over again, regardless of things' toughness. What you care about is how much damage is being dealt back. And we already talked about Rumbleweed. He has cost reduction based on lands in your graveyard. That happens a lot in this deck. And then on ETB, you get an overrun effect, and he himself is an 8/8. So, pretty awesome. And that's the deck. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm probably going to go into the under 100 deck building challenge. Let's see. I call this under a 100 because there was a build challenge. The deck Ulamog accounts for 35% of the budget. So that means the average card price is 65 cents. I had to get a little creative when designing this. There are some things I can't skip on, like because Carlos is terrible at a lot of things, I can't skimp on card advantage, and I can't skimp on removal. So my card average for everything else is even more abysmal than everything else. There are problems that you have to deal with Ulamog being in your command zone, and that's people are going to be terrified. If you don't know what he does, I'll share that with you. He has several triggers on him. He has a targeted trigger. He has a cast trigger. He has an ETB trigger, and he has a uh, attack trigger. It's a lot of damn triggers to keep track of, but he does it all. On cast, you exile target opponent's library rounded up, and then has the ward targeted trigger, forces people to sack 2 permanents. That's scary as hell. And then on ETB, you put a number of +1/+1 counters on equal to the greatest amount of CMC value exiled from that. It doesn't even have to be from the cast trigger, but I imagine that's what it's going to be. You're going to exile a ton of cards. The odds of you hitting something big is pretty good, especially when you're exiling half their library. You put that many counters on it. Now the attack trigger, when it attacks, it has annihilator X for X number of +1/+1 counters on this thing. So the dream is you attack and you do it once and you neuter someone's board into oblivion and they can't do anything about it. Yeah. $35 on my budget. This is more so for the people who just like trade for it or miraculously pull it from a pack and they're like, I don't want to invest a lot into this, but I want to build the deck because I have it. This is probably for those folks. Because of that scare factor, we need to stretch our life total and pad it. So I do have a life gain package in here so I can get to that attack trigger. And all the setup I have to do to get there. Let's get into it. Ugin for cost reduction and its card advantage, something I couldn't skip on. He +2s to manifest the top of your library as a 2/2. When that 2/2 dies, it gets put in your hand, and it's -3s, you get to blow up a colored permanent. Does both advantage and removal on one piece. The dream come true, because there ain't much to pick from in colorless. And that's even if I had an unlimited budget, I wouldn't have much to pick from. Filigree Familiar for card advantage and life gain. Perfect. Spectrum Sentinel triggers whenever anybody casts a... it's whenever a non-basic comes into play. So that's all the time, especially in Commander. You should be gaining a considerable amount of life. It also protects your life total in that it has protection from multicolored, so you can stave off a lot of significant aggro with this. Most people's commanders are multiple colors. Burnish Heart, Rampant, Geogolem to cheat Ugin into play, cheat Ulamog into play. If this connects, it has Trample, it should. Cast your commander for free. Should your commander die, you will have to pay tax. So, like, say I hit someone for 5 with this, and Ulamog's already died, I will have to pay 2 minimally in that scenario, and it goes up beyond that. Circuit Bender for card draw and life gain. Steel Hellkite as a board wipe. Endbringer for card advantage and managing the board because you can plink out people's stuff. You could also prevent people from attacking you, or prevent a target from attacking you, which is significant when we're trying to keep your life total high. Breaker of Creation. When you cast it, you gain life for each colorless permanent you control. It should be a lot by the time you drop it because it costs 8 mana. It has hexproof from each color. Not that I really care about that. I care about the life gain portion, but it also has Annihilator too, so it ain't bad. Solemn for ramping and card advantage. Palladium Myrrh for ramping. Crashing Drawbridge. Because we're going to be doing a lot of setup, if we could avoid the tempo issue of dealing with, summoning sickness and letting people untap and draw and see cards to potentially answer you, I want to take away that potential and give our guy haste. Matter Reshaper for Card advantage on death. Scavenge Brawler is a fun card. $2. Flying Vigilance, Trample, and Lifelink. But the sweet part of this thing is you can exile it from your graveyard to choose a creature to put 4+1/+1 counters on it, a flying counter, a vigilance counter, a trample counter, and a lifelink counter. The whole kit and caboodle. It does everything you want. So Ulamog here, the +1/+1 counters from the Scavenge Brawler will go on this, and Ulamog will care about those. You'll also care about the lifelink for keeping your life total nice and high. It also gives it vigilance, so you can block and gain more life on the defensive end. This guy does way more than people will give it credit for. Also not on EDH Rec for sure. Abstruse Archaic. You get the copy an activated or triggered ability from a colorless source. Since Ulamog has 4 different triggers on him, take your pick and whatever suits you the most. Kozilek to refill your hand. I don't really need Skittering Invasion. I can make room for something for this. Let's see. I think that just slipped in there. It's Scaring Vision ain't bad because you could use it for mana, but I'd rather use that 7 mana to cast Ulamog. So let's replace that with something else. I have $3 to spare. Card advantage or life is ideal. Or removal. For simplicity's sake, I could just throw Obelisk in here. It's ramp and removal. Unstable, and I still keep the price of this list down well below 100. If anybody could think of something that's budget friendly that draws you cards or gains you life that I haven't already thought of, I'm all ears. Or is removal. I think I covered all the bases, so Unstable Obelisk, you ramp me and remove things down the road, so I'll be happy with that for now. Azlask is a board wipe. Spatial Contortion, Null Elemental Blast, Eldrazi Confluence. They're all single target removal spells. I like Eldrazi Confluence a little bit more. It's one I don't mind skimping on because I can hit multiple targets with it. As long as they only have 3 toughness, I kill it. But I could also mix and match. I could just target the same thing multiple times. And I could blow up a single target that has 9 toughness if I really had to. Haunted Cloak for the Vigilance and Trample Haste. More so the Haste and Vigilance are nice because then I could keep my life total protected with a very large untapped blocker and dodge the summoning sickness issues. These are a bit of rocks. Not much worth saying about them. Pit Trap. This is one of my I dive deep to find kind of cards. Lets me sack it, destroy an attacking creature without flying. I think this also buys you a bunch of life. Oh, yeah, the tome. Oh, yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right. I know what you're talking about, though. My commander's so expensive, and, I should be able to get there with just attacking my opponents 1 each You know what I mean? So I won't be getting too much value from the Tome of Legends, unfortunately. Max, I would see 4 cards, but after the third attack, I probably don't need any more cards. So realistically, 3 doesn't really seem entirely too worth it. But anyways, Pit Trap, Deep Dive buys you a lot of time because no one's gonna willingly attack into you knowing that they could get their stuff blown up. So it might buy you some time. It's like it's threatening. It does more than just blow something up. It buys you. It's hard to put words to what I'm trying to describe, but just deterring people is a good thing and is good enough in my book. It does more than enough. Hilda's Crown. This is to um, draw you some cards. You get the for 3 mana. You could sack it to draw cards for each tap creature an opponent controls. Oh, it's all opponents, so you could draw a significant amount of cards with this. Collector's Vault, you get to draw a card, then discard a card. It's card selection, and it ramps you by giving you a treasure. Pretty sweet. Never played it or tried it before, but I'm excited to do it in this deck. Transmogrifying Wand, it's a 3-for-1 removal spell. Doesn't get played enough. I think this is one of the ultimate budget removal spells out there because you could literally play it in any deck. Best 20-cent investment anybody will ever make. You destroy their thing and give them an ox instead. Angel Heart Vial. This was a fun one. Whenever you're dealt damage, you may put that many charge counters on it, and then you move 4 to gain 2 life and draw a card. For the amount of damage that you're probably going to be taking, you'll be racking up a lot of charge counters, and this will probably be consistently be drawing you cards. File Galadriel. I had some fun playing with this one. If you would draw a card while you have no cards in hand, you draw 2 instead. If you would gain life while you have 5 or less life, you gain twice that life instead. Helps with both of the problems that we have when piloting this deck. When we're in dire straits, it pulls through. Thank you, Galadriel. I have Vecna for card advantage. Loxodon Warhammer for lifelink. Ratchet Bomb. This is to scoop up all the little shitters in play. You put a ratchet counter on here. Yeah, Karn's Bastion ain't bad. I wonder how much that goes for. It has Proliferate on it, so I do have room in here. Yeah, we got. I'll throw it in here. Why not? Cut a waste. There we go. $98. Ratchet Bomb, anyways. You get to destroy each online permanent with equal cost of Ratchet Bomb for the counters on it. So I typically use this just to blow up tokens, and I leave it on 0. And it's just perfect for dealing with aggro strategies and buying yourself time. Charity Victory for Trample and Haste. First Strike is whatever. It's just a nice, efficient haste enabler. I only have to sink 1 mana for the sink. Mystic Forge and Endless Atlas for card advantage. Horizon Stone. This is a pseudo ramp piece. You don't lose mana as steps and phases end, including your end step. So if you have excess mana, just tap it all down on the previous end step. Stockpile it for your next turn. Use it for casting Ulamog. Okay. You back? I think you are. I held up for you. Okay. Well, I'll continue. Worst case scenario, you missed some of it. Uh, I'll upload the remainder. Um, you can pick up where you left off. Let's see. Karn Alex. It's a board wipe. You destroy every permanent that's X or less, not to be confused with Ratchet Bomb. Ratchet Bomb specifically cares about the exact number. This one's that number and less. So keep that in mind. Profane Memento. Whenever a creature card is put in an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, you gain a life. Pads your total. Reckoner Bankbuster. This lets you draw a bunch of cards, and then eventually you have a 4/4 out of the deal that could block for you. Clock of Omens to do some tapping and untapping shenanigans. I got a lot of that going on in this deck. Stuff you could take advantage, like Stefan in here. Lets you tap and deal damage to target creature or player, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, you get to draw an extra card. Basilisk Collar for lifelink keyword. Lava Spur for the haste enabling. Triangle of War, this is a removal piece. It kind of operates very similar to the trap that we talked about earlier. Can sack it to have target creature control and target creature and opponent controls fight each other. Ulamog's a big boy, so you should win that fight every single time. Mightstone, Weakstone, this either is card advantage or removal, and then it taps to play artifacts. You're playing 55 artifacts, so you'll be able to get some good use out of it, even after you get the ETB trigger. Mind's Eye for card advantage. Forsaken Monument, this is a nice rubber band card. Lets you not only accelerate your game, but also gains you a bunch of life whenever you cast a colorless permanent. And Echoes of Eternity, since Ulamog's got 4 different triggers on him, Echoes of Eternity not only doubles, but quadruples everything. Because you'll double the copy of Ulamog cast trigger, so you'll exile 2 libraries with Echoes of Eternity. You'll get a physical token copy of Ulamog. Obviously, you only have access to 1, so that's a bummer. But when Ulamog attacks, you get to double the attack trigger, and if someone ever targets Ulamog, they have to sacrifice 4 permanents instead of 2. So Echoes of Eternity is bomb-tastic in this list. Ulamog's got a lot of triggered abilities on him. And then we have our lands. Most of these are just utility purposes and 17 wastes. And I hope you enjoy the list. I unfortunately couldn't hang on long enough for you, Felipe. Sorry you missed the end of that. I didn't have much longer to go, but I can't hang on much longer. And I'll release this video, or you could just watch this in the replay. Let it be known I hung out for a good 7 minutes, hoping you get back beforehand, but I'm feeling tired. I've been at this now for, let's see, close to 7 hours. It's time to call it a night. Hope you all enjoyed. Take care now. Bye.